we are live. Do a little recap of last session. Having rescued the addled wizard Paramon from the dungeon beneath Cragmaw Castle, the party was assailed by Xanthorus and a pair of fey creatures. While the party survived the combat, Paramon fell ill, poisoned by a near-fatal wound inflicted by a bloodthirsty redcap. Using the Bloodstone to teleport to Phandalin by way of an unexpected side trip to the north, the group approached Linine and Gariel for help in curing the aging wizard of both curse and affliction. Gariel expressed regret she was not allowed to help, painfully suggesting they take Paramon to Adabra Gwyn at Umbridge Hill. Heading quickly there, they were welcomed by the old cleric, who, with assistance, prepared a special meal for Paramon, while Rogar made use of her ample pantry to feed the others. Following the meal, she and Noro buried Paramon to his chest in a shallow grave in the garden. She remained with him into the night to complete a ritual of cleansing. Her words of warning to remain inside were not enough to stay the curiosity of a certain Kenku, who ventured out onto the ancient windmill's roof to find more than he bargained for: the vengeful wraith of Thalgrim Stonehand, still waiting for Deebs or another suitable party to exact vengeance. As the wraith approached the Kenku, a pair of mysterious pale elves appeared from the surrounding shadows, wielding chains and wicked weapons. And that's where we begin tonight. Scribble. 5 feet from you, the ethereal, dark form of the wraith looms overhead. The steep shake rooftop stretches to either side of you. Out of swirling shadows, a pair of these pale-skinned bald elves appear, dressed in leather straps and just a very, very goth-looking array of clothing. Each of them wielding a length of chain. One shouts to the other in a language you don't recognize. The other shouts back, and the two of them close in on you. What are you doing?
So, are these like the things from the Shadowfell, or are these like
They are, yes.
specter things?
Yeah, they appear to be similar. And you know what? Here, I'll go ahead and post an image in the virtual tabletop.
Cool.
To your left and right, each one about 15 feet away. Behind you, 5 feet, is the hatch that leads back into the upper level of the windmill. A narrow sort of scaffolding balcony that overlooks the gearworks and the mill floor 15 feet below. As these two elvish creatures close in on you, the lengths of chain extend from their arms, and they swing them menacingly, looking like they're going to grapple you. You have but a few seconds, and if you're going to do anything other than speak, maybe we should roll initiative. But you do have a chance to shout something at them if you'd like.
Safe
And
word.
so, they definitely seem controlled by him, right?
They don't. In fact, you know what? I'm going to use my new list here. If I can find it. To look at your passive insight. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to start using passive insight a little bit more. That way I don't have to ask you guys to make insight checks for simple things. There is a look of surprise on their face, their glassy black eyes flashing in the near darkness, as they look at you and then see the wraith. They appear to be surprised at this meeting between you and this creature of undeath. Your sense would be that they did not expect that you would be conferring with a abomination as such.
These motherfuckers just hopped up on the roof, huh?
Or hopped out of somewhere onto the roof.
Oh, I see.
Do you want to use that initiative roll that that you put up?
Sure.
Alrighty, let me just get the stream up. Okay.
Oh.
Oh, and you know what? Just for fun, we'll throw the Wraith in there too.
Just for fun.
So that's new. I just rolled initiative on a monster stat block, and it actually rolled dice. Huh.
Nice.
Okay.
But it didn't add it to the...
Yeah, no, it definitely won't, but I see. Okay, so dice rolling support exists. I'm just going to roll it one more time here. Ooh, just burned a nat 20. So dice rolling support exists in the encounter builder, but not on like details pages for these creatures. That's good to know. The first one to your left takes a step forward menacingly, swings the chain around that's wrapped around one of his forearms, and throws the end of it at you. Does a 17 hit?
Not if I shield.
Haha! Alright, you raise a hand and the blue-white arcane energy shoots up around you, causing the chain to deflect to the side. He growls angrily and whips the chain around you again. This dice roller is really cool. Does a 22 hit?
Yes.
You take 12 points of piercing damage, and I need you to make a dex save. Easy enough. As the chain, the spikes on the chain cut into your flesh, tearing through feather and flesh, it wraps around you in an almost sentient manner, but you manage to roll out of the way. You get a sense that it would have grappled you if you'd not made that roll. That is his turn. It is to you. These creatures are each about 15 feet away from you.
It's a long-ass chain.
It is. Oh, sorry.
I thought they were 5 feet away. Or is that where the Wraith is?
No, they're each about 10 feet of you. He moved 5 feet closer to you, and the other one is about to do the same. So he's 10 feet from you, the other is 15 feet away from you. The one that attacked you is to your left, the other one is to your right. The Wraith is directly ahead of you by about 5 feet, and behind you is the hatch that leads back downstairs. And that's about 5 feet away as well.
All right.
And the Wraith is down roof from you. So, like, if you're standing on a steeply angled shake roof, the two elves are on your left and right at about the same level as you, and the Wraith the roof falls away in front of you, below the wraith. About 5 feet behind him is the edge. And it's a good 15, 30, 45 feet to the ground or so.
What time of night would this be?
I think you mentioned that you went up to the roof sort of after everybody had called it a night. Linalia would have come in just before sunset. So there would have been maybe some downtime while people were, unrolling bedrolls and finding their own corner to sleep in or whatnot. You tell me how long you would have waited before you went up to the roof.
Well, you asked me how long I was going to wait out there, and I said until something happened.
Right. Okay. That's right. You're right. So you'd gone up there, after dusk, and sat there for a while. We'll say it's before midnight. Let's say 11 p.m. ish.
Okay.
So there is still most of a night ahead of you. And to set the scene, you are surrounded by swirling shadows that appeared sort of when the wraith did. So you really can't see much beyond the edge of the rooftop that you're on.
Okay. I would like to use 1 point of my sorcery points for the metamagic subtle.
Okay.
And then use the what's it called? The Ring of Spell Storing Dimension Door.
Oh shit. Okay.
And then move as far as I can towards town.
Towards town. I think the range on Dimension Door is something like 400 feet.
I was just looking it up. 500 feet.
500 feet? Fair enough. So 500 feet to the ground and towards town. You subtle cast the spell and blink out of existence. You appear down the hill, and would you have gone sort of towards the tree line out of sight, or would you have just gone like directly towards town?
I mean, sort of towards the tree line, like the whatever like path is the closest, like
Okay.
out of sight. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't have appeared like in the front of the road.
Easy enough. Yeah, and the path that the path that you've all traditionally taken out here, just after that first time that Somia and Linalia narrowly dodged the white dragon. The handful of times you've come out here since, you have all always kind of stuck to the tree line, just in case you need to run for cover quickly. So you appear standing in partial cover of dense brush just at the base of the trees, in sight of the hill. You turn and look behind you, and you can see the pale shadow of the mountains framing Umbridge Hill behind you. The veins of the windmill, their creak of their turning just barely audible at this distance. What would you like to do? You've effectively broken combat. I'm gonna make some rolls for these guys, but I highly doubt they're gonna find you.
Just move very fast to town.
So you like literally disappear out of, I guess, thin air? They just don't know what
Yep.
direction you went to?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he just popped out of existence.
Badass.
Wow.
Or maybe I didn't.
No. You definitely did. I'm just going over in my head what would happen with these two Shadarkai that appeared. You pop out of existence and they're left facing the wraith. Cool.
Now you have to fight yourself.
I'm actually going to I'm just gonna run a real quick combat here. Give me like 2 minutes, and let me just compare their. Yep. Oh boy, that's. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. Scribble, you make your way hastily back towards town, looking over your shoulder frequently. You don't seem to be followed. Yeah, you you make it a good distance to town without really thinking you were followed. Are you moving quickly or are you moving stealthily?
I was moving quickly.
Okay, good to know. Just have a look at passive perceptions here for the party. Rogar, you're one of the ones that that channeled into the Bloodstone, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I would say that just looking at passive perceptions, Linalia and Rogar would be maybe the two to hear a commotion from the rooftop. Rogar, as you're drifting off, you become vaguely aware of the muffled thump of footfalls high above you. What sounds like the clink of steel, and then a strange it's just an inhuman shadowy wail from above, filtered by the couple of floors of stone and wood between you and whatever's going on outside upstairs. I would imagine that you and Linalia, maybe your eyes would both snap open at the same time, look across the room at each other, and as you hear this from upstairs.
Yeah, Lunalia would run up the stairs.
All right. Rogar?
I guess Rogar would look around the room first to see if everyone's here.
Yeah, so the main floor of the windmill has sort of a mid-sized living room that's cluttered with old lady stuff, end tables with a bit of knickknacks and an old rocking chair that Adabra sat in, and the few stools and chairs that she'd brought out for the rest of you to sit in. There's a pelt rug on the floor in front of the hearth. The fire in the fireplace has burnt down to embers that just glow softly. The next room over is a kitchen with a small pantry, and the third room is what you imagine is a small bedroom, and there is a bit of a storeroom to the side as well. There would have been enough room in the living room here for you all to bed down on the floor, or somebody could have slept in a chair or whatnot. As well as there was room on the kitchen area. So maybe if you all wanted to tell me where you might be, like, would you have all just sort of camped together as you normally do, or would you have spread out throughout the place?
Lunalia would have slept. Well, she wouldn't have been sleeping, but she's going to sit with her back to the front door.
Okay.
Rogar would have been close to the kitchen.
All right. Louis and Nora?
I would have been, Louis would have been like sprawled out in an easy chair with his feet up, and Pierre splayed open across his belly.
Okay, Nora?
I would be somewhere on a couch, of some kind.
There's a bench between the bench and a footstool or a backless stool. You manage to sort of make yourself a makeshift bed to sleep on. Bit of space between the bench and the stool, your feet on the stool and the rest of you on the bench. This sort of comical image of this overlarge Goliath on this little wooden bench with his feet out on a stool. You imagine it's only a matter of time before he shifts a bit in his sleep and comes crashing down. But somehow impossibly he's laid across this thing and levitating almost off the ground. Rogar, you look around and the others seem to still be out cold. You see Lunalia moving for the stairs.
He's also muttering very quietly. Why does that bird never listen?
I guess Rogar will grab his... I'm gonna unequip my armor if I'm sleeping.
Yeah, and that's not something we talk about very often, but I think we chatted about it a little bit a while ago, is that, you typically assume to be carrying everything, have everything equipped, but if you do get woken up in the middle of the night, like I'll leave it to you, but I might challenge you that, would you be wearing your armor while you slept, especially in a safe place like this? What weapons and items would you have within reach? So I'll leave it to you to tell me, but
yeah, Rogar would grab his sword and shield.
Okay.
And follow Lunalia.
Yeah, Lunalia would not have taken anything off. She's only wearing leathers, so...
All right, so you bolt to the top of the stairs, reaching the mill floor upstairs.
Was it a hatch that he went out of?
Yeah, so you reach the mill floor. There's a large grindstone in the middle of the room, a shaft that rises up into a gearworks up in the ceiling, about 25 to 30 feet overhead, and about 15 feet up there is a circular balcony of sort of rickety scaffolding that's been constructed for servicing the transmission gears between the windmill vanes and the shaft that drives the grindstone. You see, as you look up, the twinkle of stars through a hatch in the rooftop, the angled rooftop, above and to the side of that sort of circular balcony. And there is a narrow wooden ladder that leads up to it.
Yeah, she's gonna make her way up to the ladder. So help me, Scribble. If you're not dead, I'm gonna kill you.
You climb the
Just
ladder.
wants to barely peek outside.
Okay, make a stealth check. Peeking out through the open hatch, it's about 4 feet across. You see the field of stars overhead, the mountains in the background as you look to the south. There is a dark body laying on the rooftop, right at the edge, sort of perched precariously, one arm dangling off the side. A length of chain spread across the rooftop, and nothing else. You think out of the corners of your vision you see shadows fading, like almost like smoke swirling in a field around you that dissipates quickly, like you'd arrived at the end of something.
But no sign of Scribble.
No sign of Scribble.
And the arm is very obviously not a Kenku arm.
No, it's one of these elvish creatures. Pale skin, bald head, slender pointed ears, dressed in dark leathers. The arm that you can see has a length of chain wrapped around the forearm, and the other arm is sort of hanging off the edge of the building.
And how far away is this body?
10 feet. sorry, 10, 15 feet from you. And down the steeply angled roof.
And you said it looks like I saw shadows that are dissipating or moving away?
Yeah, the shadows that I described for Scribble as sort of surrounding him, that these two Shadowkai stepped out of, you basically arrive as that sort of shadowy wall around the rooftop fades.
Okay, I will move up a couple more steps so that I can touch the body.
Okay, so out the hatch onto the roof and down towards the edge.
Well, yeah, if it's 15 feet away, I would have to come out.
Mm-hmm. You come out, looking around, make a perception check. The chill of death surrounds you as you step out onto the roof. It's fading and your flesh begins to warm, but that initial hit of it sent a chill up your spine. As you carefully inch towards the Shadow Dancer, making sure your footing is secure as you angle down the steep slope. You get a better look at this figure. His face twisted in horror, head turned nearly around 180 degrees, neck snapped.
Okay, so very obviously dead.
Very obviously dead. And there's an odd look to him. Elves are traditionally... There is a certain fey beauty that elves have, regardless of their lineage. This creature is elvish in ways, but there's something morbid about his appearance. His face gaunt. His skin sags in places. Deep creases. Wrinkled skin. You get a closer look at his arm, and the joints, elbow and wrist, are swollen. He looks half dead. He looks either extremely old or 1 foot in the grave, even though the corpse is fresh. It does not move. It appears dead.
Okay, she is going to do one last look around to see if she can see Scribble, like, out front of the windmill, or...
You look around. No sign of him. I'll leave that perception check be. It's super high. You look down and you do see Adabra, where you left her, sitting on the ground, motionless, her head bowed, Paramon in her lap. Quiet, undisturbed.
She's going to quickly move back to the hatch and climb back inside, pulling the hatch closed behind her.
Okay. Rogar, if you were making your way up there, you would have probably seen Lunalia disappear through the hatch. Were you following her, or would you have waited there?
I would have waited there. I would have done a one-over of the mill, of the floor, just to see if there's anyone here.
Why don't you make a perception check as well? You do not have dark vision, right? But you
I
have
do with the goggles.
Right.
Yeah.
Natural 20. Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, give me just a second. Let me have a look here. You don't see anything, but there's something here. It's hard to explain. There's a buzz from the shield that alerts you to the presence of something. You feel Well, you don't have hair, so the hair on the back of your neck wouldn't stand up. Your scales itch in that way that tells you there's something here, something's not right. A bit of moonlight streams in through a window. And as far away from that as your eyes can lead, into the darkest of shadows, you sense something there.
I will slowly move towards that spot then.
As you approach that spot, I need you to... give me a second here. Let me find the spell. Nope. 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 I need you to make a... charisma saving throw.
Oh.
As you hear words being quietly chanted from the shadow. Ooh. There is a sucking sound and then a loud pop. And everything around you goes dark. As light fades back in, you're surrounded by endless gray. You have been banished.
Ah, wonderful.
I'm scared.
You're sleeping. You can't be scared.
Yeah, I'm having a grand old time.
Lunalia, you, as you're making your way sort of back towards the hatch, you hear some words chanted in, let's see. This would be Elvish. They speak Elvish. You hear an Elvish incantation being chanted softly, and then there's a loud pop. You look,
Was Lunalia aware that Rogar was following her up the stairs?
with her passive perception, she would have probably heard you approach.
Oh yeah,
behind
she
her.
would have. She would have been aware of you.
Okay.
Yeah, she made a stealth check, so she's moving quietly. Not that it was a high roll, but I would imagine she would have heard you come up.
It's
the
not a
stairs
big
behind
place,
her.
and you're not a
Yeah.
quiet man. I would have heard you.
Well, I don't have any armor on, so
I still would have heard you.
fair enough.
Yeah, the second floor of the mill tower is about 30 feet across. The scaffolding, the balcony is 3-4 feet width, and it runs around the circumference at about 15 feet off the main floor. It's not a big space, so she would have heard you come up the stone stairs and the creak of the floorboards as you stepped onto them. Lunalia, as you peer back in through the hatch, Rogar's gone.
Yeah, she's gonna move back inside. She'll pull the hatch closed behind her. But she'll come down the stairs, or the ladder, slowly, knowing that Rogar wouldn't have had time to move out of eye or earshot. You said she heard that noise?
Mm-hmm.
And the Elvish chanting?
You heard the chanting and then a pop.
Okay, at that point she's gonna yell for Noro. Noro! Wake Louis!
Noro, make a... Why don't you make a constitution check? Just a check. Just poke the con button there.
How out cold are you?
Yeah, exactly. All right. You you become aware of someone shouting, and as your sleepy eyes open and focus in the near darkness around you, over the soft sounds of Louis breathing nearby, you hear Lunalia's voice cut through the silence.
And Noro's like, "No, I knew this was a graveyard place." And then he comes to like, "Oh, Lanai, okay." And I go towards Louis to like, "Wake up." Wake
Louis,
up.
the Goliath shakes you awake, perhaps startling you as you hear
Bonjour.
Lunalia shouting.
What?
Lanalia's calling us. And I just start going towards Lanalia.
Yeah, she would say, don't come up the stairs, stay by the door. I think there's something going on here. And she's going to have a really good look around this second floor.
So then at this point, then Noro listens and basically gets ready because he can tell like there's danger, I guess, by the way Lanalia's actions, and almost like in a ready action have Clangor out with the red light going.
Decker, I will stay by the door. And I like sink back down to the chair, but then Pierre like bops me on the head, like I rouse up and start looking around.
Lunalia, make a perception check for the floor that you're on as you look around.
Yeah, I picture her sort of moving very slowly. She has her spear staff in her hand, and she's sort of sweeping the room. I know something is here.
Despite your suspicions, you don't find anything. Even in the darkest corners of the room that your dark vision cuts into, you see nothing.
Louis, maybe you can see something I can't. I feel like something's gone on here. Rogar's missing, and so is Scribble. I'm sure that silly bird went outside when he shouldn't have. But Rogar was right behind me, and now he's gone.
Mr. Oiseau. Decker, so I pop up and start heading around towards the stairs. And I'll have Pierre instant cast Detect Magic and see if there's anything that I can see that's standing out.
That's a good question. Let me have a quick look. Okay, I got something. Yes. So you come up onto the second floor and cast Detect Magic?
Yeah.
As you sweep the room, in the darkest corner, there is a ping of rather strong... I really need to keep a reference guide for Schools of Magic up on my screen, because I always have to go look this up when you cast that damn spell. Conjuration Magic?
Does it seem
Yes.
out of place?
It would be odd in a... let's see, you have dark vision, right? I need to add that to my... Yeah. It's odd that a strong pinpoint of conjuration magic is coming from a corner that is completely empty that you're looking right into.
All right, I'll let off a series of magic missiles at it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll damage. I'm going to say they hit because of the detect magic spell and the direction that it, even though you can't see anything, you're able to pinpoint the direction of this magic item. So what is that, 12 points of force damage total, or?
We 3 darts for each.
Lunalia, you see the bright missiles of arcane energy spiral out and slam into something, and there is a shape in the darkness as the brief burst of magical light illuminates the space. You see a vaguely humanoid shape in the darkness. Similar to the other, the corpse above. This one, no chains. It is... no chains on its arms. Its arms are bare. There are intricate tattoos that spiral up its arms of, again, looks like Elvish script, perhaps arcane sigils. It has a hood up, but you see that distinctly elven featured face beneath the hood.
I'm sorry, you said this one had no chains?
No chains, and it has a long silver spear in one hand. It blinks out of sight again.
Bonjour, who the fuck are you and why are you here? We are...
Oh man, I love Louis.
Hello, where are you? Come out. We could do this all night, but I am tired.
There's no point hiding. We know you're here. What have you done with our friends?
And Nora's just like tensing up and growling at this point.
Do you have the light from Clangor's Rend shining?
Yes.
So Noro comes up the stairs behind the two of you, and there's a pulse of light that illuminates the space red, and as it does, as this red light sort of shines not quite the farthest side of the room, this figure steps out of the shadows that you can clearly see into, but almost as if it came out of a cloak of invisibility. You see this tall, slender, pale-skinned, hooded elf appear. He looks around, his black eyes flashing back and forth between you all, holding his spear defensively. I'm not here for you. Let me pass, and I'll be on my way.
What have you done with my friends?
He waves a hand, and Rogar pops back into existence. Rogar, this whole time you've been surrounded in like a foggy, gray nothingness, and suddenly everything goes dark around you, and you reappear in the room. Louis and Noro and Lunalia are here, all of them looking at this tall elven figure in the corner. I shouldn't say corner, it's a circular room, but sort of the farthest point away from the window in the darkest part of the room.
Great. And the other?
The other is gone. I could not find him. The other belongs to us. You would be wise to part ways with such a dangerous soul. He looks back and forth at each of you. Let me retrieve my fallen brother, and I will be gone.
Who are you? And what is it you want with our friend?
Your friend is Shadowborn. He carries within him a great power, one that he does not deserve. We seek to bring him back to face judgment.
Who are you to decide what he deserves?
It is none of your concern.
You are here in this house where we are sleeping. It is obviously our concern.
He conspires with the dead. That is evidence enough of his evil.
Oh, well, fair point. On your way, then. No, she wouldn't say that.
So you are here for the bird. And you attacked him earlier, and he is now gone?
He disappeared. He left
And
us
you
to
attacked
face.
him earlier?
We attempted to take him. He disappeared and left us to face the Wraith.
The who now?
He looks up towards the hatch above you. A dark evil that inhabits this place. We found him conspiring with it.
That goddamn idiot. Told him to stay inside.
I knew this was a graveyard.
Of course you did. The graves are just across the way, Noro. You've known this.
Even underneath us. We gotta get out of here.
The
No, we
dead
have
he-
to stay inside.
The dead here do not remain dead. This is a place of darkness. You should all leave. He looks sort of in the distance of where you imagine the garden would be placed from here. Sort of down and almost through the wall. She no longer protects this place. They will overrun it. It is not safe here. Go.
It seems to me that the one that sneaks into the house, banishes a friend, and goes invisible is not the one who we should be trusting, as opposed to the one who gave us a solution to our problem. I do not like you. This is not good. C'est pas bon. Noro, what do you think? Should we kill this man?
Well, if he's dead, he can't chase our friend, can he? And with that, she's going to cast Ice Knife at him.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Let's roll initiative then. If you guys want to just roll it all, pop it all into the window here.
Poker, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, Noro's like freaking out. What would I roll to see if he would like run out out of fear? Just listening to this whole conversation, and he sees it's getting worse.
I mean, if it's voluntary, just make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
Oh, Noro.
You tell me how scared Noro is. Like, would this be something he would easily overcome? Would this be fairly scary, or is this super scary to him? Like, is this like the most scared he's ever been?
It's super scary and probably the most scared he's ever been. But if somehow someone can trigger his rage, he won't know the difference. But
All right.
he's not going to voluntarily do it. I guess you determine the check, right?
Yeah, go ahead and just make a
I'm super scary.
make a
super
wisdom
scary.
save, and
Okay.
I'm gonna set the DC at 17 based on what you said.
Yes.
10 is easy, 15 is normal, 20 is hard. So figure, split easy and hard, or normal and hard.
Yoink.
Noro starts taking steps backwards towards the stairs. You see the red light diminish around you as the sword retracts towards the stairs as the big man moves away. Meanwhile, Louis, Rogar, and Lunalia are rolling initiative. Noro, go ahead and roll initiative with a disadvantage.
Disadvantage on.
Initiative.
Oh, sorry. Oh no, I think I'm raging by accident.
No, that's fine. Well, it's still two
No,
dice,
I'm not.
right?
No,
So
sorry. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
yeah, it's still 2 dice. I can just take the lowest of them. Okay, so I think I got everybody, and let's just sort this out and put that there. And Lunalia, just happens to be that you are first.
So would her ice knife have gone off in the surprise round, or is there no surprise round?
Yeah, like this is an RF. Please do chime in if you've got an opinion on this or know how this works. It's tense. Everybody's already facing each other. There isn't much of a surprise. It's like you get a standoff here, right? And somebody fires first. Is there actually a surprise round, or do you just start the, like, let's say if Lunalia was fourth in the list, would you just start the turn with that person, or how would you do that?
I mean, I would say like this was the catalyst, right? So this happened.
Yeah.
And then combat begins. So I would say like her ice, like whatever. If I would have said I throw magic missile, then like I would have done that, and then Lunalia would be next because she's top of initiative.
I guess
I would say have that spell go off, and then we hit initiative. That's what makes sense to me.
Yeah, that sounds good. The other thing is, like, if you and a bunch of people are in a standoff, you have actions readied, right? Like, even though we're just entering combat now, the fact is you likely have an action. Louis would have an action readied, even if it's just, I'm going to cast magic missile at him again. So
Yep.
maybe I can go around the table and see what everybody's ready to action would be, and what would trigger that ready to action, and we could fire those off and then jump into initiative. You know what I mean? Because there's no real surprise here.
Yeah.
It's just this is the start of it, and it's a start that's out of the initiative order. But if anybody else had a sensible held action that would have been triggered by her attacking, we could let those go off as well.
I mean, yeah, I would say that I was prepared for a fight to break out, but I didn't necessarily have anything ready, like holding necessarily.
Okay.
Me personally, at least.
Yeah,
Rogar?
same thing with me. It would just be being prepared for a fight, but not having any held action.
Okay. So then, in that case, Lunalia, why don't you go ahead and cast your spell, and then we'll jump into the initiative order with you.
Okay.
How far away is he from me? Just to see if I get hit by that.
How close would you have gotten to him? I'd say you wouldn't have walked right up to that shaded spot where he was at before he cast banishment. You might have been 10 feet away, 10, 15 feet away.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So about half the distance of the room.
I guess it's not really a matter of how close would I get, it would be how close would he let me get before banishing me.
Right. Yeah, I think he would have let you come about halfway across the room, and then he would have popped you out. Unfortunately, 12 does not hit. Does it have to hit to trigger the dex save, or?
I believe so.
Okay.
Just double check.
A wicked-looking shard of ice lashes out from Lenalia towards this creature.
No. Hit or miss. The shard
Oh.
explodes.
All right. It hits the ground just past this creature's feet and explodes, triggering a dex save.
Yeah, it's the DC 14 dex save.
This is a little tricky because I am using a pair of monster character sheets. One for spells and one for physical. Because the spells on this creature don't make sense to use.
Sorry, what is happening?
I'm figuring out how to make a roll here. 14. It just makes the dex save. It, with almost supernatural speed, it slips to its left, just managing to miss the shards of ice that shatter out as your blade hits the ground. And now it is your turn.
She's going to spin her spear around in her hands so that the nasty bit is up front, and she's just going to yell, hearing Noro back down the stairs. Don't be a coward. Your friends need you.
Are you going to attack at all, or no?
Yeah, so she's going to run forward with the spear and stab it at this guy.
Okay.
How far away is he?
The room's 30 feet across. Where you came down the ladder would have been about 20 feet away from him. You tell me how close you would have approached. Like, you can make it across the room in one movement, so...
Yeah, so she'll go her full movement to get to him.
Okay.
And she will attack with her spear.
Ooh. Unfortunately, an 11 is not high enough to hit, as the elf nimbly dances out of the way.
That's it for my turn.
Okay. Noro, as you're backing towards the stairs, you failed your run. You do have initiative, but that's up to you if you're actually gonna. If I will leave it up to you to see if her words are enough.
Who's the closest to me?
It would probably be
Louis?
Probably be Louis. Yeah. You gonna pick him up and run? Come on, we gotta get out of here.
I think what I would like to try to do is, she has some sway just because it's Lunalia. But Noro still wants to run away, but he's now a little bit clear in thinking, like, unless he rages by taking damage, he's not gonna stay. So I'm trying to think, is there something I can grab from Louis? Or I don't know, grab Louis and make him slap me or something?
That's right, because
crazy.
Noro doesn't normally choose to rage, does he? He usually something hits
Takes
him
a
and
trigger.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, something sets him off.
Just smash your head against the wall.
Well, that's the other thing. I don't do it to myself.
Right.
That's why I'm
Just
kind of
run
like.
away.
So let's just say I'm looking at Louis and I'm trying to urge him to cause pain of some kind. I just don't know, like, any other way. But I'm kind of like, at the same time, still walking back, and I'm trying to fight it. So that's basically what I'm trying to do in my turn.
All right.
Louis, punch me or something with his gauntlets or something. I don't know what he has equipped. Noro, honestly, deep down, he just wants to get the heck out of here.
Yeah, but the dead are outside, Noro.
That's true, but either way, he's like, I'm out of here.
They're gonna get you if you go out there.
All right. Well, if that's your turn, I'm gonna jump to this thing's turn.
How would I know that Louis is responsive?
I don't think he would.
Oh, okay, so I'd have to wait till his turn.
Yeah, he got a 2, so.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if I needed to do something to piss him off, or can I request it and see what happens?
Thank
I
me,
mean, I
Daddy.
think we're. Hey, yeah, I heard you at least.
Right, okay. And I'll end it with a please. And that's my turn.
So is the Shadesorn's turn now?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what the hell he's gonna do. I think what he's gonna do is this. He lets out a long sigh and shakes his head and says, "I don't have time for this." He steps back into the darkest shadows and disappears.
Oh.
Do I see him casting a spell?
You do not. This is a innate ability. However, I'm gonna make a stealth check because that was his bonus action. His action is to take the hide action. Nope, you idiot! Don't click on that. Click on that. There we go. Ooh, past perceptions. You all, Jesus, he got a 9.
Ooh.
With a +6 to stealth, he got a 9. You all become aware of a sound on the balcony above you, about 10 feet to the left of the hatch that leads out onto the rooftop. He suddenly appears there in a swirl of shadow, and miserably fails his stealth check. However, with his movement, he is going to run out onto the rooftop. And that's his turn. Rogar.
So he's out on the roof now?
Mm-hmm. You see him disappear out the hatch.
Fuck it. Rogar's chasing up after him.
Up the ladder, 15. You could make it to the top of the ladder, and the hatch is right there. So you could make it up to with your movement. You could make it to the hatch.
Okay.
You'd have to then choose to either use additional movement to close the distance, but once you get to the top of the ladder and you see out the hatch, you can see that he's run up to and has just knelt down next to a prone body that is sort of half hanging off the rooftop at the edge. The roof slopes steeply away from you, down towards him.
would I be able to use my action to close the distance and then shield slam him?
Unless your shield slam ability requires that you attack that turn, then yes.
Okay, yeah, it does.
Okay.
Fuck,
God, that'd be amazing if you ran up and yeeted him off the roof, though.
You know what? Fuck it. God, this is gonna be dumb.
You actually
I'm gonna
can
use-
because you have action surge.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I'm gonna
Jesus.
close the distance and then action surge. I'll teach you
Amazing.
to fucking banish me.
So there's a flash of silver as the Dragonborn disappears out the hatch. A second, second wind, a second boost of speed reaching him. As you run up to this guy, he turns around and his dark, glassy black eyes go wide as you're suddenly upon him. Go ahead and make your what is it? Contested athletics, acrobatics. It's a grapple, right?
Well, I have to hit first.
Oh, sorry,
So
you have to
action
attack him,
surge
right?
To action surge, so attack twice and then hit him.
Yeah, I don't think he's got. He doesn't have any sort of reactions or anything. Shield of Faith? No, that's bonus action. Nope. Yep. He ain't got nothing. And a 15 is exactly what you needed to hit.
Cool. That would be with precision attack, so I need to roll an additional d8. Nice.
Holy shit. So that's a total
Nice.
of
18.
18.
And then attack a second time.
Yep. He leans back, almost Matrix style, and deftly dodges underneath your blade as you cleave through the air. But I'm guessing you come back with the shield.
Yep. Which would be an athletics check.
Correct.
How far is he from the edge of the roof?
Oh, he's right at the edge. This will
Cool.
knock him off if it connects. Fuck. I can't beat that. Not even with not even with a dex of +3.
Well,
But I'm gonna roll it anyway.
Rip.
What did I say? 45 feet to the ground?
I think so.
Well, are you choosing to knock him prone or knock him back?
Off.
He goes flying. Oh boy, this is
So back, 5-10 feet, and then down?
yeah, and then down. He goes straight back and straight down. As he falls to the ground in a heap. You see him crumple and land prone. But you do see him roll over when he hits. He's not dead.
Is his friend's body still up here?
It is.
Cool.
It's laying on the edge of the roof, one arm dangling off, a length of chain hanging from it, and its head is twisted around backwards.
Okay. And that's everything.
All right. It is to Louis.
So I'm inside. I see Rogar go screaming off, just rip out onto the roof, and then I hear a clatter and then after a quick moment, a thud on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to make you roll for it. With your intelligence, you have a fairly decent idea of what just happened.
But you don't know who's on the outside who went bump.
This is true.
Actually, you
know.
probably would be able to tell.
It seems as though your favorite pastime is happening upstairs. Come, let's go. And I'll I'll blast a little frostbite at him.
Nice.
Nora, make a con save.
Oh Jesus!
Oh no. Oh.
Oh,
Oh wow.
that means you don't take anything, right?
And what about because I'm mountain born? Does that make me resistant naturally, anyways? Would that count as the same thing?
Well, I gotta look at the spell. Unless,
That might make you resistant to like the cold damage, so you probably take like half the damage. But because of the save, you don't take any damage at all because it's just a cantrip.
He blew cold wind at you.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. Yeah, on most cantrips, succeeding on the save usually just negates the damage. Does that mean your rage doesn't trigger then, if it didn't hurt you at all, or?
I'm gonna say no, but given the bite of the cold,
I feel like it's enough to
yeah,
get
like
in the fight.
Right, it would like wake me up and be like, feels like home, and then like just come out of it.
Would he actually roll to not get hit by it after he asked to be hit with it?
It's a con save.
Okay.
I suppose.
Oh,
I
but
suppose he could.
I mean, I think that's a good point.
He
Yeah,
could
you
intentionally fail it, I guess.
Deliberately fail any save. Yeah.
I mean, it's not like. The thing is, it's not like taking damage is a mechanic that triggers rage. It's a mechanic that prolongs rage. This is really just an RP decision that Hummer's making. So it's really up to him what would get him into the fight. Does he actually have to take the damage, or just somebody like slapping him in the face enough?
He's like, "Come on, Tig, do it!" It takes like, pooh. He's like, "Okay, good enough. All right, let's go."
or is he like, not good enough, and just turns and walks out the door?
I'm still running outside.
All right, so either way, that was an action. As a bonus action, I'll use my from a feat. It's not actually a spell, but seeing what that guy did, I'll mimic it, and I'll use. Oh, I clicked use and it didn't. Well, I'll use my once per day. Did that come across? No, it didn't. I'll Misty Step up where he. There, okay. Up to where he did, and then pop out on the roof. So I mean, I Misty Step up outside the door, and then maybe it's 5 feet or something. I only have 25 feet of movement though, so I'll scamper up onto the roof and look around and see Rogar with his shield up standing at the edge. And
yeah, so as you Noro, as soon as Louis blasts you with that shot of cold, there's a flash of silvery mist that swirls about him, and he just disappears. You see him reappear again, standing in the hatchway up to the roof, and Louis, as your feet briefly leave the ground and touch down again, you wobble for a second, with a bit of vertigo, looking down the rooftop slopes steeply away from you, and below you, and about 15 feet away, is Rogar standing at the edge, shield extended in front of him, a different pale-skinned elven figure laying prone at his feet. And nothing else in sight save for mountains and stars.
Alrighty. I shout at Noro, "Allons-y, let's go!" And then I'm done.
Alrighty, Lunalia.
So everybody else is outside now.
Noro's
still on the stairs.
He's still like at the top of the stairs on the floor you're on. You could make it up the ladder and to the ladder, up it, and to the hatch with your movement. if you wanted to go outside. You could also run over to the stairs and downstairs if you could go out the front door if you wanted to burn a dash.
Yeah, that's what she's going to do. She is going to move past Noro. And just give him like a smack on the arm on her way by. The dead are outside, the living are inside. And then she'll use her action and her bonus to dash and get to the front door and just fling it open and see if she can see this weird looking elf guy.
The front door is on. It's not entirely around the building from where this guy fell, but it's partway around the building. So you would have to go down the stairs that curve around the building in that direction, and you basically have to run about another 30 feet.
Yeah, she is unwilling to do that. She's going to stay in the doorway.
Okay.
She's a little torn because she doesn't know where Scribble went, and she knows that two of her friends are heading up to the roof. But she also knows she was told to stay inside.
All right. Then Noro, it is to you.
Now that I'm coming to, I kind of catch up where everybody is, and I feel the sting in my arm from Lenalia's hit. So I go up there where Rogar is. Is there anybody left, or anybody still? I mean, did the guy survive the fall?
You make it up to the hatch and look out. Louis is directly in front of you. Rogar is down at the edge of the rooftop down below you. There is a prone body, its head twisted around backwards on the edge of the roof next to him, and you don't see the figure that he was fighting. You can only assume that he went over the edge. You could use your dash action to get the rest of the way down there. I mean, there's no action to take up on the rooftop anyway. Like, you could run down to the edge and have a look down.
Yep, I'll take into account what Lenalia said, and I am gonna go down where Rogar is. So I'll join him down there and look down, kind of like see for myself what she said.
Heavy footfalls and the creak of the rooftop under the weight of now two large fellows, as Rogar, the barbarian, lumbers up next to you and looks down. Noro, you see the figure that you were fighting prone on the ground, just rolling over. He coughs a couple of times and starts to stand up. You've used your action, but you haven't entirely used your movement. I would say if you wanted to, you could jump off the roof. It's 45 feet to the ground. I'm not encouraging it. I'm just throwing out crazy options.
From the
45
top rope.
feet to the ground. Calculating, licking finger, holding it into the wind. Can I just throw a net at him?
You'd have to wait until next turn.
I just wanted to piss off Louis. He doesn't like anything net oriented. Do I want to jump down there? Lunalia said they're out there. I was like, nope. I'm just gonna. Can I? Oh yeah, wait. No, I don't have any action turns, right?
Correct.
No, I just look at Rogar. I'm like, nope, not going down there. And I'll finish there.
All right. On the Shadesworn's turn, He uses half of his movement to stand back up slowly, looks up at the two faces peering over the edge at him, mutters something under his breath, reaches under his cloak, and there is a burst of purple energy as he disappears.
Is that a spell that I can see him casting?
You weren't close to the edge.
Did you go down to the edge, or did you stay at the hatch?
I mean, I would have. So I misty stepped up to the ledge where he did, and I would have gone outside and towards Rogar as far as my 25-foot movement.
Oh yeah, and okay, yeah, you would have made it down to the edge. Yeah, okay. So sorry, three faces peering over the edge. That's a good question. Let me check.
Yeah, Rogar doesn't have anything ranged right now.
Yeah, this is not an item from 5th edition. It's actually from 4th, I think. Well, let's see. Oh no, it's actually wow, it's from the third edition Fiend Folio.
Nice.
Yeah, I dip into the Forgotten Realms fandom wiki a lot for like flavor, because there's a lot of 5th edition is a little shallow on a lot of things. This is something called a Blackstone Rune. Yeah, you know what? On command, a Blackstone Rune allows its bearer to plane shift between the plane of shadow and the material plane. Yep, it's if we were to use 5th edition wording, it would likely say that a person attuned to this could cast the plane shift spell. Most items that have a spell effect, the wording typically says you use this item, while holding this item, you cast the plane shift spell. So yes, it is a spell.
So then I would cast Counter Spell, and I only have it at 4th level.
Plane shift is go ahead and what is your counter spell? Is it's not a straight D20, right? It's a ability check. It's a spellcasting ability check, so it'd be a int check.
Well
Jesus, yeah, that works. The DC is 10 plus the spell's level. I mean, that would counter a 14th level spell. So yes. Yeah. No problem. What does your counter spell look like? Is it just Louis going no? Or is it more complicated than that?
Nope. And I just wag my finger. Yeah, yeah.
There's this flash of purple light, and the figure down there is still standing there, and he looks around confused and looks back up and sees Louis with his waggling finger. Well, that's his action. Does he have a bonus action? More purpley, does he have a bonus action that'll work? Both the space it teleports from... No. The full moon has risen. It is it's Deep's favorite night. And I have to stick to that because in last session I mentioned that Deebs was in seclusion preparing for the full moon, preparing to walk the silver path during the next full moon. Rays of moonlight light the landscape about you. Bright, bringing the area about this figure to just slightly more than dim light, and he is unable to shadow jump. He go and run. He uses the remaining 15 feet of his movement to get close to the building and run around to the right, which is towards the stairs where Lunalia is. Lunalia, you hear footsteps moving quickly your direction, but you do not see anything yet. That is his turn. Rogar, you see him run the like 10 or so feet to the building and then kind of disappear below the eave of the roof, but you can hear him running.
Shit. God, I've got no range. This is gonna hurt. Do I know what direction he's running in?
Yeah, like you can lean over and look down. Like, he didn't make it very far. If he had 15 feet of movement left, he made it 10 feet to the base of the tower, and then 5 feet along. He's just trying to get out of sight, but you peer over and you can just see him.
I'm gonna try landing on him.
All right. Let's you know what? Let's make it a grapple check.
Okay.
So why don't let's make an athletics check to dive towards him.
Okay.
I want to say it's disadvantage because it's a ranged grapple. Like, you're basically like, you are jumping with the intent to land on a moving target. Make an athletics check at disadvantage. And I'm just going to have him do a straight dexterity check to contest it.
It's like throwing a net.
Did that not go through?
No.
There we go.
19 with disadvantage is pretty
Oh.
friggin' good. I mean, he doesn't beat that.
Nice.
As a flash of, silver as the Dragonborn disappears over the edge and bombs down towards this figure. You land on him full force. Let's do the falling damage. I can't imagine it's not really going to be any more than falling damage unless you were... 20 points of bludgeoning damage to each of you?
Oh, fuck.
Wow.
Does that make sense? I don't know. Would it be, I mean,
half damage?
I mean, yeah.
would you split it between the two? Like 10 points to each? Would it?
No.
Is there a difference between you hitting the person or hitting the ground? I mean, it's still a sudden stop at the bottom.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I don't know.
an equal and opposite force. You do the same damage to him.
You know how in baseball, when two guys are trying to catch a fly ball, but they don't know they're running into each other, and then they run into each other? It's like that. That's how I see it.
I guess the question is, if you
I
fall on a
think
person as opposed to falling on the ground, does it hurt you any less? You still hit an object going the same speed.
I feel like the person who initiated the dive might brace a little bit.
Yeah, you know what? That's also
Yeah, I
that's
can
a
see
way to
that,
do a disgusting amount of damage too, right? Like,
Yeah.
I guess it feels fair. Like, if you're doing it intentionally, you take half the damage and maybe do half the damage to them. It's not like you're dropping flat ground onto them or dropping them onto flat ground, right? Like, it's just a person landing on them.
Well, but I also see. I don't know. I feel like they would take the full damage because now you have a couple 100 pounds dropping 45 feet onto
Not a
you.
couple. 310.
Yeah. And not much more than that, right? Because all you've got sword and shield, you don't have your armor or
Yeah.
anything else on. But yeah, 310 pounds falling out of the air on you. Yeah.
I mean, 310 pounds drop in 45 feet on top of someone.
I would
can
die.
see that being 20 damage. Yeah,
Yeah.
that would take me
Yeah,
out
yeah.
probably.
That would kill me in real life, for sure. Dead. I'd be done. But then again, I probably have the equivalent of 10 hit points, right? I'm a level 1 peasant. I have 9 to 11 hit points.
I would say count it as one of his actions. He takes half damage. The dude takes full damage.
Yeah, it works.
That would be
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, that's fair.
It
That's fair.
sounds like, and then
Given-
like you could still do one more attack maybe if that's one of your 2 attacks. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know if you would get another attack. I feel like that would
I'd say
be-
that counts as a grapple. Like that's
Maybe
a full...
that's your full action.
Yeah, like even with a grapple, like you get 2 grapple. Grapple doesn't take anything more than. You can use, if you have multiple attacks within your attack action, you have multiple grapples too, right? You can grapple somebody and then restrain them. I think in the same turn if you have 2 attacks, but or you can grapple.
So
them
then
and
would
punch
they
them.
both be? Would
But
they
I think
both
in-
be then prone, and then is
Yeah,
he
you're-
restrained, or are they just both prone?
There's no way to. I can't imagine there's any way you could land that, right? Like, you're jumping 45 feet and landing on somebody. There's no way you're gonna land on your feet. So
Also, if you're trying to land on someone to grapple them, you're gonna probably want to stay on them.
yeah. So I think I think given the successful grapple means you hit him, you've grappled him, you basically jumped on him, you landed on him, and now you're you have an opportunity to. Yeah, I'll allow it. You have an opportunity to roll another grapple check to restrain, I guess.
Okay, so I'm taking 10 points of damage.
You are taking 10 and he's taking 20, and he crumples under your weight. You hear bones crack, and he coughs, and there's a spatter of blood on the ground. He is alive, but just barely.
I'll roll to restrain and try and I forget what I'm trying to like wrap my legs around his and like pin his arms to me and just roll over onto my back to basically allow Louis to shoot him and not me, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Noro's gonna go first, and he's just gonna do the exact same thing. So now Rogar's on the bottom.
Sandwich.
Shit.
So
Except doesn't Nora weigh something like 400 or 500 pounds?
Yes, the 400 range.
Jesus.
Oh, that'd hurt.
This is
So
gonna
just
hurt.
another athletics check.
Yes.
Rolling low, giving him a chance.
You know what? He manages to fend off your attempt to restrain him further. You still have him grappled, but you're not able to stop him from. You're not able to pin him.
Right.
You've just
Am
got
I
his-
able to use a bonus action?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna use Second Wind. Gain back some health because ow!
Oh yeah, you guys. A lot of you guys are short to max HP, aren't you?
Yeah, we all are.
Yes.
Meanwhile,
Oh, yeah, I
Scribble's
do
still
not have
running
any
to
spells
town.
left either.
Yeah, you guys are probably tapped from fights and stuff. 8. Ooh,
That's fine.
it's better than nothing.
But yeah,
Stand
that almost recovers all of the health I just lost.
Yeah, as you manage to hang on to, maybe his legs, you you take a deep breath and let it out, and regain a little bit of health. Louis. I mean, you've got a clear shot at this guy if you want to take it. He's not like trapped underneath Rogar or anything.
I see what Rogar did, and I take a step back and just run up to the
Oh, no.
edge, and then nah, I do nothing. So then I'll point down and do a frostbolt at him.
Okay. Oh yeah, and that's not a ranged spell attack, is it? So it's just a con save. Not going to be enough. He takes the 10 points of cold damage. You have an opportunity if you want, and I'm not sure how you do this with spell damage, but that would kill him. Are you trying to kill him, or are you trying to incapacitate him?
I was not actively trying to not kill him, so I would not have been trying to incapacitate.
All right.
Louis, he broke into someone's home that offered them safety, and he attacked one of his friends. So there isn't much to discuss.
Rogar, as you're hanging on to this guy, you're just starting to get your wits about you and get up off the ground from your belly flop landing. Your arms where you're holding him suddenly get very cold, and you see frost form over his body. His eyes roll back as he starts shivering, and he goes still. As the frost sort of spreads from him to the ground around him in about a 5-foot radius, and then evaporates.
Rogar's just gonna roll over onto his back.
Here comes Noro. Wait for me!
You guys saved Scribble.
Lunalia, you hear the sounds of all of that. Something flying through the air, a heavy thud, and then the crackle of ice. And then everything goes silent.
So she's gonna mutter quietly, Coralon, give me strength. Get back in here!
I think I would be the closest to hear that, right?
She's about 30 to 40 feet away around the curve of the building. You guys would all hear it about the same volume.
Yeah, she would say specifically to Noro after that. Unless you want to walk into the dead out there, get inside.
What are y'all doing?
Rogar's
I'll
gonna.
head back inside.
Rogar's just gonna like slowly get up off the ground and probably take the body with him.
All right.
Yep,
Noro?
going in.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you leaving the body on the rooftop, or are you taking it with you? It's a fresh, bald, pale-skinned elven corpse with its head twisted around backwards.
Nope. Leaving it there.
Okay.
I don't touch dead things.
I'll grab it and toss it in to the little hatch.
Nora, you get to the hatch, and Louis, seeing that you didn't grab the body, runs back and just heaves it up with no problem with his gauntlets and drags it in. Are you collecting the chain? I guess both lengths of chain were still attached to his still wrapped around his forearms.
Yeah, just how he is. Just knowing that there are other things out there, and then I throw it in there, throw it upstairs, and then smack my hands together and head back downstairs and plop into my chair.
All right. Combat comes to a close with the two bodies tucked away. The now four of you settle down for an evening minus one Kenku. Scribble, while all this was happening, you're making a beeline towards town. Is your intent to go all the way to town, or were you just going a certain distance away and going to wait and come back?
No, I'm going to town. I
Okay.
will go back in the morning.
Town, I think we established is about an hour's walk in the night. And if you're moving fast, And not stealth. Okay. Alright. That's an interesting couple of rolls. Alright then. What are the rest of you doing as you gather in the living area again?
I guess looking over these bodies.
On these bodies, very much as pictured, if you scroll up and have a look at the image I pasted there, thin, bald, their features just bordering on the obscene, just slightly touched either by undeath or withered is perhaps a better word. Not quite old, but almost supernaturally withered in appearance. They don't carry much on them, but both of them in places have tattoos of feathers. Black feathers that sort of splay outwards. 3 of them. The fellow who you dive bombed off the rooftop has intricate arcane tattoos up both arms that spiral in oddly hypnotic patterns. On him, besides the spear, which is no, sorry, the spear is not magical. On him you find this stone, and I will have to create a custom item for it on D&D Beyond. But it is the item that Louis detected as magical, and I would say, Louis, if you at some point identified it, you would find that once per day, resetting at dawn, the stone enables its wielder, who must be attuned, to cast the plane shift spell to either the Shadowfell from the material plane or the material plane from the Shadowfell.
I'll pocket it and check it out later.
Yeah, the Rogar, as soon as he sees the stone, would just be like, well, it's magical, don't know what it does, here you go. To Louis.
And Noro's like, oof, black magic. Kind of like scoffing at it.
Yeah, Lunalia is going to go past everyone up to the roof, make sure the hatch is secured. She's going to make sure that the front door is shut. She's going to go back to sitting with her back at it. She is not impressed with Noro, and Noro can feel the daggers.
In a pouch at this creature's belt, you also find the equivalent of 500 gold pieces in... Noro, you help have a look over it. They're not gold or platinum. They appear to be made of platinum. And there are these strange rods of platinum with runes inscribed in them that you don't recognize. They're not magical. They look like some sort of currency, but not a currency you've ever seen. Nevertheless, it is the equivalent of 500 gold pieces. And if you guys want to split that evenly, you could. Any major shop would. Anybody who's capable of appraising the value of a metal would take them as currency. So, simply put,
Cool.
like Linene will trade you regular coin for them, as will Helia. So you can just. It's just for flavor, right? Like, why would these guys from another plane of existence have standard currency on them? They wouldn't, but they might have something that is made of the same metal. So
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say we can split it.
Yep.
okay. So if each of you wants to just go ahead and straight up add 100 gold, and Scribble just go ahead and add it. I'm sure they're nice enough to split it with you when you get back.
Yeah.
Scribble, you make it to town. Are you going somewhere in particular, or are you just going to hide out in town for the night?
So it would be pretty late. Is everything shut?
Yeah, it'd be the equivalent of, between midnight and 1 in the morning. The inn is still open. There are a few folk there. Just a couple. If you peer in the window, you'd see Dalgren at a table. His eyes heavily lidded. A few empty mugs on the table in front of him. A couple others at a table in the back. And the innkeeper, just leaned up against the bar, sort of watching the room.
Yeah, I would go in and see if they had a room. Knowing that everyone had left the town, or a lot of people.
Oh, young Master Kenku, where's your friends? Rare to see you without him.
They're sleeping elsewhere tonight. I just need a place for a couple hours. If you've got a closet or a full room, anything would work.
He said a closet.
Well, if you're not too particular, I'm sure it's fine. There's a couple rooms open. A lot of folk cleared out after the events of the past few days, and we'll go on up. He just puts a key on the counter in front of you. This one's on us. Rest up. So long as you're out in the morning.
You won't see me in the morning.
Alright, well, good luck to you and stay safe.
Thank you.
So you find your way up to room number 4 on the second floor. It's Spartan, there's not much to it, but there is a bed, fresh bedding.
Alright, would I feel safe to sleep?
You know what? Make a perception check. Just curious to see what you'd roll here.
Maybe sleeping in the closet isn't such a bad idea.
In this darkened room, you stand there for a good couple minutes, eyes wandering over the shadows, over the darkest corners of the room, looking about you, ears listening. Nothing. It's deathly quiet in here. Even the typical sounds coming in through the window seem a little muted. There's nothing in here that raises any alarms.
I will crawl into the closet and go to sleep.
All right. There's no closet, but there is a wardrobe. And
That'll work.
It is large enough to fit you. You pull the door shut. The bit of moonlight filtering in through the window bleeds in through the crack of the door as you clamber in and settle down for a night's rest in this safe, maybe safe space. The rest of you, with your couple of fresh elvish corpses and hopefully a night's rest ahead of you, is there anything else you do before you settle in for the night? Is somebody going to take watch, perhaps?
None of us really got any sleep, did we? It was sort of
Nah.
the beginning of the evening.
Yeah, not more than an hour or so.
Rogar can take first watch.
Wake me when you're done, and I will watch the remainder. I only need a few hours.
Louis' snores are impressive for a small humanoid of his size, but he's already back Pierre, splayed open across his belly, nods off.
Ruger, why don't you make a perception check while you're on watch? I'm assuming you're going to stay in the
Fuck.
same space as the rest of them,
Yeah,
or maybe just
kind of by the stairs to both see the front door and anything up the stairs.
You don't hear or see anything. A dead quiet, a dread quiet falls over the tower. Just the sounds of your friends asleep surround you as you try as hard as you can to listen in between snores and deep breaths for any dangers. Nothing. And your shift passes without incident.
Alright, he'll go wake up the Lunalia then.
Okay. Go ahead and Linalia, make a perception check as you settle in to watch over your friends. Quiet for you as well. Although, with that 20, you hear, just at the edge of your senses, soft humming again. You think you hear Adabra softly humming that same song. It lasts for a while and then it ends. And your watch is without incident. Was anybody else going to
I said I would take the remainder of the watches.
Okay. So as you round out the rest of your watch, that's right, because you need less hours to sleep, or not sleep, as the case may be. The first signs of light appear to the east. One of the windows in the living area faces out eastward. Dawn breaks, and the sun's rays pour over the horizon, lighting the sky. You hear the sound of a gentle breeze blowing, birds chirping. Morning has come. Scribble, how early are you heading back? Like first thing, as soon as you rested up, you head back, or?
Like for right whenever it started to begin to get light, like
Okay.
before people started to get up in town.
All right, you make your way out as early as you can and head back that direction. I'd say you'd get back, well after the sun's come up, but still early morning. As the rest of you all wake in the morning, you hear a bit of a shuffle out the front door.
Yeah, Lunali would have flung the front door open as soon as dawn's rays crested the horizon.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, then you wouldn't have heard anything, and you wouldn't have seen anything either. As you look out the door to the east and west, sort of on the north side of the tower, nothing. You do hear a bit of a sound coming from the garden area around the tower's other side.
Yeah, she's gonna make her way in that direction.
Well, as you come around the building, and the garden comes into view, you see Paramon. It looks like he's just stood up, still covered with earth and bits of root and moss. you can see the ground about him is different. Tall grass has grown. Wildflowers have sprouted. And Adabra is nowhere to be found.
We can long rest, right?
Yes, you can long rest. You can long rest, and if it doesn't give you an option to fix your health, you can go in and, however you've mucked with your temporary HP, just make sure you remove that. I think it will reset it, but
There's a checkbox that says reset maximum HP.
Yeah. I think that'll reset any overrides you put in. But just...
Oh, I don't see that checkbox.
It's right when you click long rest.
Right under recover.
But that's not my normal HP.
Well, then you should just be able to click on it and, in the pane that comes up, adjust it back up.
Yeah, I didn't write down what it was.
You shouldn't have to. You should just change the override max HP to nothing, and your HP goes back to normal.
Well, hopefully that's what it was. I don't remember exactly.
What is it?
66.
That sounds about right.
Watch previous videos.
Yeah, I don't know if her health will show up in those.
I don't think it'll show up.
But you just used the override max HP, right? And then you just took that out?
No, I mean I just clicked on long rest.
No.
The tick box to reset was pre-ticked, so.
When you first changed it last episode, did you just use the override box?
No, I used two different ways because I couldn't figure out how to do it. I just took off what I knew I had to take off of both. But I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be roughly 66, so that's fine. I'll figure it out after.
But what I'm saying, you didn't click on the anvil and go into the character builder and change it there, did you?
Nope.
Okay. As long as you didn't change it there and you only changed it on the character sheet, then 66 is right. Yeah, so you see Paramon standing there, brushing dirt off of his tattered, dirty robes.
What?
He looks up at you as you approach, and there is a that sort of wild, unfocused look that he's had in the past is gone. He looks up at you with what I can only really describe as Gandalf eyes, and knowing, intelligent eyes that narrow a bit as you approach, and he just nods.
I see that her magic has worked. How are you feeling?
Magic? I suppose that's what some would call it. As a practitioner of magic, it is nothing short of miraculous. Good morning.
And, Adabra?
He looks back towards the grave that he came out of, the fresh bloom of grass and flowers about it. Just shakes his head. Her eyes closed at sunset and mine opened this morning. I fear her eyes will not open again.
Lunali's just gonna nod and make her way over to where the fresh growth is. And she's going to sink her hands into the soil and just whisper in Elvish a small prayer for her and say she's returned to the earth.
Yes, I intend not to waste her sacrifice. I owe you and your friends a great debt for what you've done for me, and I intend to pay it back. Perhaps after breakfast, though.
Of course, the others are inside. And your little friend?
Oh, he's about. I suppose he's happy to not be sharing such a cramped space with my ample mind. I must say, and he reaches up and sort of knocks on his forehead. A little more roomy in here.
She's just going to continue nodding. She's still sitting on the ground with her hands in the dirt. I'll be in shortly.
Yes, I will. I will leave you to this. Take your time, please. He slowly, step by step, with a little bit more sort of physical constitution with each step, makes his way towards the tower and disappears out of sight around the curve of the tower. The rest of you wake to the sound of footsteps. Hello. Good morning. Don't stand up on my account. Take your time, wake yourselves. I'll be in the kitchen. As you see Paramon the wizard shuffle in the front door, dirt still streaming from his dirtied robes, as he makes his way past all of you. Pardon me, excuse me. As he makes his way past your sleeping arrangements and into the kitchen area.
Rogar will join him in the kitchen.
Can I help you?
Well, it's morning, so I would make breakfast.
Oh, well, it would be rude of me not to help, at least. But please, he sort of holds his hands out towards the pantry. I suppose, as you've done this before, then
Yes.
I'll stay out of your way. He takes a few steps back and sits down on a stool.
I don't know how long this will take to make breakfast, but in the meantime, Rogar will get the necklace and give it to Paramon. This might come in handy.
Ah. Familiar. He kind of rubs a thumb over the small amulet. Kind of her to return this to me. He puts it on carefully and just holds it in his hand, staring at it.
Return it? Wait, what?
My dear boy, who do you think gave this to Lenine?
Alright, fair point.
Off you go. Do let me know if an old wizard can help.
Well, maybe some tea.
Ah. That can be arranged. He shuffles over, leaving dirty footprints on the floor. And prepares a pot of tea as you cook. The others, if you nodded off again after Paramon came in, would wake to the smell of perhaps bacon or ham cooking. Whatever in the ample pantry our silver-scaled friend would find to prepare. Eventually breakfast is laid out, along with a pot of tea and some cups. You wouldn't happen to know, well, he looks down at his robes. You wouldn't happen to know where I might find something more suitable to wear. This is, I've made quite a mess.
I don't know if she has any clothing that might fit you. maybe a shop in town might have something.
Right. Well,
I'm pretty sure I gave him my traveling clothes. He's not wearing his robes.
Yeah, you're right. You did, but didn't they? They got all slashed up though. That's right.
Yeah.
You left the robes behind. He's wearing the remains of the traveling clothes, tattered as they are. He would have had a. I think for the ceremony, she would have probably thrown like an old robe on him or something. Like the tunic and vest from the traveler's clothes was all slashed open, and she would have at least thrown a blanket over him, like to keep him warm or something. He quietly disappears out of the room and goes to have a look, and not long after comes back with just a very simple, long, like rough cloth robe. Something very akin to what you first met him wearing, but a little bit nicer and not something that's seen the outdoors for years and years. Your elvish friend is outside. I think she wanted some time alone to bid farewell to someone. He looks at Louis and his eyes narrow. I mean no offense to the others, but you strike me as an educated man.
Bonjour. Oui.
Bonjour.
I've gone to school. You are not a druid anymore?
Interesting that you ask. No, actually, I can feel what I learned from Xanthorus and my time in the Wayriding Grove fading, almost as if another life, perhaps an effect of the escape I made into the mouse. Undoing that seems to have overwritten all that happened then.
Bien sûr. It is for the best. I do not think that you will that good of a druid anyways.
No, I'm.
This seems much more fitting.
I've always considered myself a man of civilization and couldn't imagine living in the woods. But I suppose what little intellect I left myself made do with what it had. So, friends, I hope I can call you that. Certainly you've earned that much. How can I help you? How can I begin to repay what you've done for me?
Well, there's a couple of things that we still need to take care of that you might be able to help us with.
Very well.
The dragon that held you captive is probably not going to be too pleased that you're, one, missing, two, back to your old self. Then there's the problem with Vandalin and the crypt. And
maybe we start at the beginning. Can you tell us what happened to get you in the predicament that you found yourself?
Before he explains, Lunalia would walk through the door.
Well, welcome back. Have you, made peace with what you needed?
I will, before we leave.
His eyes narrow and he nods. Some of my older memories are still cloudy. I hope they clear at some point. You are familiar to me. And I don't mean recently. I remember visiting a friend of a friend far south of here. Many years ago, and he had a small girl, skin like yours. Perhaps more of it will come to me in the future.
She's sort of looking at him, mouth slightly agape.
He just kind of waves a hand. It is of little matter. I will ponder on it and see what I can recall.
What do you mean of little matter? You knew our dads. They're very cool. That's good.
Friend of a friend. We met once, briefly.
Oh, what was he like?
Pleasant enough fellow, quite intelligent, and very wrapped up in his research. Interesting, planar magics, some sort. Well, I'll ponder on it and see what I can recall. And he kind of cocks his head to the side. That wouldn't have been you, would it?
Possible. Depends
I-
how long ago
I-
it was.
I'm sure it was him. Look, he knew someone. Isn't that what your father was researching?
Yes, him
It must
and
be.
my mother were working. It was mainly his research. She was helping him with it as a druid. She was very closely tied to the elemental planes.
He nods and kind of looks off into the middle distance. Yes, a fine home in the woods outside Calafell, to the south.
Yes, it was.
Louis, having done some looking into the journal that Lunaya let him look at, but not having got to the end and knowing a whole lot of the struggles of your father towards the end of his life, I'm assuming, is very excited and walks over to Lunaya and elbows her in the ribs. Like, hey, cool, you know your dad. Very cool, right? Do you have any stories, maybe?
Maybe later. There's other things we need to focus on first.
If I rolled an 18 on an insight check, would Paramon have any indication that it's a bit of a sensitive subject? Like
Yes.
it's clear he
With an 18, yes.
it's clear he doesn't know what happened, but he is kind of looking at you with narrowed eyes and a raised eyebrow, like he's trying to read you.
Mm-hmm.
Louis has failed that insight check.
Clearly.
And okay, we will put a pin in this for now, but maybe later tonight we can tell some stories. I'd love to hear more about him.
My eager friend, perhaps. Yes, perhaps we can speak of this later. And he looks at you, Lenalia, and very solemnly just says, "My apologies."
It's all right.
So, and he claps his hands together. Dragon, tell me of this dragon.
Rogar would go into detail of, I guess, everything we know about this green dragon.
Oh!
Like the state that we found him in.
Yes, you see, as the inhabiting the mouse was Was a trying time. I'm aware of much that happened, but from, well, a diminutive perspective, and not entirely able to interpret everything I heard or saw. Nalcendris. That woman is many things. She is not a dragon. A liar, a cheat, and a person with some considerable power, but an ancient green dragon is not one of those things.
But we saw her.
Yes, well, one may see many things that are not real.
Fuck. What was the mage's name that Nalcendris cursed at the castle?
Yes.
Yes, the mage at the castle. Excellent.
Should I
Yeah.
try and make like a history check or intelligence check to try and recall what she said?
No. There's the DM is so happy that somebody remembered that I'll give this one to you. No, I'll never make you guys roll checks to like
To see how well we wrote down notes.
Well, yeah, like I'll watch like high rollers or critical role or whatever, and oftentimes the DM is like, if you didn't write it down, I'm not going to help you out. I expect you to write it down. Bullshit. I don't we're not that hardcore. If it's in my notes and I've said it openly to you guys, I will find it and repeat it for you. I write a lot of lore and I create a lot of people and places. I certainly don't expect you to keep notes on stuff. If you want to, feel free. It definitely helps to jot down story elements and stuff. Like this particularly, Rogar remembers that there was there was something of significance said, and that's enough for me to go back to my notes and grab it for you. I will warn you, my notes get deleted after a while unless they're of key importance, but that's fantastic. His name was Cedric Voldoon.
Right, Voldoon.
Oh, right, Voldoon.
Yeah.
Where we found you at the Cragmaw Castle, there was, I guess, a force field built by Voldoon that kept her out.
Indeed. Well, I left Phandalin some time back, intending to look after Cedric Voldoon, the previous resident of the castle within the grove. I knew he had passed some time ago, and his castle had fallen into a state of disrepair. I was not entirely surprised to find it inhabited by rather nasty bugbear and his minions. No matter. I was able to sneak in and out without them knowing. Unfortunately, I did not find what I was looking for. But she found me. And, taken by surprise, I was, taken. You see, I left my spellbook with someone for safekeeping, just in case. And, had limited means at my disposal that day. I managed to craft a clever incantation to at least protect my mind from her. But ultimately, I fell and became a member of her collection. I suppose she does share that in common with green dragons, but no, if the ward that protects the castle is any indication, she is a fey creature of some sort. Rather powerful one, I imagine. Would have to be to, well, get the drops on the likes of me.
She also showed interest in a Dragon Slayer longsword.
Whatever for?
Well, I was assuming if she was a dragon, something that could harm dragons, she would want to keep so no one can use against her.
That doesn't make any sense at all. Must be some other purpose for it. Well. One in particular, or any
Yes.
old? Really? Which one?
One that is important to Dragonborns. It's in a grave, in a holy ground of sorts.
Is this the dragon barrow you speak of on the edge of the wood along the way to Dralamar? North of here?
Yes? Question mark?
Yeah. It's the only one you're aware of. He nods. That is where lies the remains of Lady Tanimir and the great drake she battled some centuries ago. Yes, her sword is rumored to lie with her in the grave. Perhaps there is some significance to that weapon, to this Nalsendris. Interesting. Well, perhaps we could play a little trick on her. If you were to approach her with a similar weapon, so enchanted to look like the real thing, you might learn more about what she's after. Then again, she may not take kindly to a visit from you after taking me from her. Tell me, I remember her meeting with you. Did she know that you are behind my escape?
I don't think she does. At least, not yet.
Well, he taps the amulet hanging at his chest. Then perhaps we do have the advantage. You see, I am still without my spell book, but I hope to remedy that at some point.
Did you leave it with Lenine?
No, I did not.
With Albrecht, then?
No. No, I did not.
With another wizard friend?
Of sorts, yes. One whom I thought I could trust. But
Would he happen to live in the forest, in a forest nearby?
There is no need to speak in riddles.
Why don't we finish up breakfast and you can tell us more on the road? We do need to recover another companion.
he has not responded to my summons. That means that only one of two things could have happened. One, he no longer draws breath. Or two, he chooses not to.
Is it possible there's a third option? That he's unable to?
You know what? Give me a second. Let me just have a quick look at the sending spell. I am trying to remember if the caster knows if the spell reached its target.
I think they do. I think they know if it was successful. They just don't get a response.
Yeah, you know what? The spell text really doesn't say. Maybe this is an unearthed arcana, or what do you call it? Maybe somebody tweeted at the D&D guys. Let's see. If the sending spell fails, does the caster know? I guess it's not a really big deal. Generally speaking, the rules are silent on whether spellcasters know details about spell failure. Yeah, I don't know. It's conjecture. I like to think that he's not sure. Well, in any case, he has a woodland retreat to the east of here, in the woods.
I was
north.
afraid of that.
You've been there.
We have. He wasn't there. There were, what, red mages?
Mm-hmm.
How many of them?
None in the house, but in this shrine trial area we went to. I think there was 4 and 1 Inquisitor? Is that what he was? I don't
A
really
High
remember.
Inquisitor? I don't remember.
I remember he was bald, and he had runes.
Well, I think they all are bald.
Red
Well, they had-
wizards.
Cowls.
Oh,
Did you
Kildrim,
say
what are you-
wizards?
No, I said
Yes.
wizards. Oh. Red wizards. Oh, Kildrim, what have you gotten up to? Well, he has
What
other
was the name that he
homes.
said?
Kildrim.
Kaldrum.
Kildrim Aloro. Before you joined the party, Louis, Lunalia got a very strange sort of telepathic almost summons from someone to the north of them when they were off in the east doing other stuff, and they went and found this old woodland retreat, this old manor house, actually this place.
Yeah.
This elvish manor house up on a high hill in the forest. And within it, they, down in a basement that they teleported to, they found a fire genasi trapped in a trial of sorts. They helped free him, but in the process were attacked by these red-robed wizards who Lunalia has actually seen before. They showed up in sort of like her origin story, which was a previous solo campaign that we did with her, and they are some pretty bad dudes.
Oh yeah, shit, there was burnt bodies outside of the house as well.
Well, yeah, you guys, when you guys got there, Ignis had, like, there was the signs of a fight where he basically scorched a bunch of them, and then you found him in the basement, and a bunch more showed up, and you guys beat him up, and then there was elementals, and then you got the hell out of there.
Yeah, Louis, the reason we didn't, well, I guess more to we read, the reason we didn't mention it is because it was just part of, like, I thought it was a side story for Lunalia's background.
Gotcha.
So I don't think we really would have mentioned it in trying to catch you up on story.
You know what?
Also, I forgot about it, so.
Louis, you could make a Arcana or History check, your choice. Both are somewhat relevant. You're from pretty far to the east, but there's a chance, if you roll high enough, that you've heard of these guys.
23.
Yeah, that'll do. Not much. Whispers and rumors of these red-robed wizards that show up, and they're almost cultish, but there's really no accurate accounts of them because they leave no one alive. But it's almost like wizard kids fairy tale that if you're not good, the red robes will come for you, or if you tinker with the profane, if you spit in the face of the gods and try and do dark things with magic, try and bend the spell weave to your will a little too far, the red robes will come for you. It's nothing you've really ever heard confirmation of, but they're like the boogeyman for wizards. And I know what you're thinking, and these are not the red wizards of Thay.
Yeah, gotcha.
But I might have borrowed some of their look from them.
We wizards do have a lot of boogeymen, though.
Well, power does tend to corrupt.
Well, if Master Aloro is tied up with these red wizards, whether he's in league with them or hunted by them, it is troubling.
Aloro is one of the names in her book, isn't it?
Sure is.
Yeah, that's why we went there.
Well, and when you encountered Ignis there, he told you a brief tale of his upbringing, how he and his sister were I think orphan children that Keldrum took in and subjected to experiments. He basically turned them into plain touched, into genasi.
Right.
It was kind of a terrible upbringing, and he is trying to find his sister. He left. He escaped, got the fuck out of there, went his own way, and now with some power, he's sort of figured out some of what he can do, and he's come back looking for her. And walked right into a trap that his old master left him. And I believe he left you a sending stone.
He did.
One
I
of
have.
a pair. Yeah.
It's only linked to him.
Mm-hmm.
I believe I have two
Him
of them.
being Kaldron, right?
No,
And what about
Kaldrum's
Apprentice,
adopted
basically.
son, basically.
Yeah. Keldrum Aloro is an elven wizard of you using the same Arcana check. It's a name you've heard. In the circles of the arcane, he has some renown as a respected experimenter into pushing he's one of the guys pushing the bounds of what the arcane can do. Bit of a sort of mad scientist when it comes to the arcane. Invented a handful of new spells and has written some somewhat renowned scrolls, some studies on perhaps a new circle of magic.
You would have seen his name in Lunalia's father's research.
And it's one of 4 names you would have seen in her father's journal.
Kaldron Aloro?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Lunalia's ever explained I don't know if Dark's ever talked about how those names appear. Is it just a mysterious list of names, or do they appear in notes in the journal? I talked to Keldrum the other day and he said this or whatever.
Yeah, they're the only 4 names she's ever come across in books. There's references to places and things, but these are the only actual names that are mentioned in the book with regards to research or information or, collaboration, etc., etc.
Okay, that's good to know. I couldn't remember if it was just a bullet-pointed list of names with no explanation, or if these are names that came up in passing in his notes.
They're sort of in passing. It's not... There's no direct... But they're the only names in the book.
Right. Okay.
I mean, her mother's name is in the book too, but not.
Yeah.
It's not, that shouldn't be any big secret.
I think Scribble would probably show up right about now. Scribble, you.
Oh yeah, you were gonna head out right at dawn, weren't you?
Yeah, right. Whenever it was getting light.
Scribble would arrive, perhaps, to the smell of a ready breakfast.
We just turn around and he's sitting at the table, scarfing down bacon.
Bonjour.
And where have you been?
What do you mean?
I mean, you disappeared in the middle of the night. There was a big fight. We didn't know where you went. Some
Where
really
was the
bad
fight
people
at?
are looking for you.
Rogar's just gonna point at the 2 dead bodies.
There's 2 apparently of the things that came for me last night.
Okay.
As far as where I was, I went to town and slept. I avoided or attempted to avoid a conflict that would have interrupted whatever spell was being cast.
In other words, you went outside. We heard about the Wraith.
Yes, the Wraith, as well as those 2 bodies. They came
Yeah.
for me last night. The
Yes.
Wraith wanted someone to continue his vengeance that Deebs had promised him. I thought
These
it
others-
best to leave without conflict, as I
Yeah.
mentioned, to not interrupt whatever magic Adabra was doing.
No, it was a good call. But these others are very interested in you. They don't sound like good people.
Hello.
Something about... Yes?
Well, Paramount just kind of waves at Scribble. Hello.
Oh, it worked. He's awakened.
I did. Seem to be whole again. Missing, kind of knocks on his forehead. Missing a bit, but it's coming back to me slowly. Might I have a look at these, bodies you found? Or he kind of looks at Rogar and Noro, or Maid.
Well, we only got one of them. The other one was dead before we... The other one was already dead when we found them.
Oh, let's have a look.
I'd say at the bottom of the stairs, they're just in a corner.
Yeah,
or
so
just in a pile.
you take him over to the bodies and Scribble. What you notice first of all is only one of these 2 you recognize. The other one you do not. There were 2 on the rooftop with you, with chains wrapped around their forearms. Only one of them managed to attack before you got away, but they both looked almost identical. This other body, the one with the tattoos on its arms, you don't recognize. He was perhaps showed up later, was hiding in shadows, uncertain, but you don't recognize this guy. He looks like he would have totally been with them, but just not one of the 2 you fought. Shadar-kai. And you say they were after our Kenku friend here,
Yes, they said something about taking him back.
to the Shadowfell.
They didn't say, but if this is where they're from, I guess.
He slowly bends down, gets on one knee, pulls back the cowl on one of them and observes the raven feathers. Servants of the Raven Queen. Well, at least they like to think they are. Well, my feathered friend, you seem to have attracted some unwanted admirers. Any idea why?
Apparently, I'm an abomination. And for whatever
You do not
reason,
look
the
too bad to
Raven
me.
Queen wants me eliminated.
Huh. I hardly think that you're trouble enough for her to notice. Not that anyone really understands what she's after anyway, but I would be quite surprised to find that she is after such a, and I mean no offense by this, minor target.
I had seen these or ones like them before in the graveyard. I had an image or hallucination or something, and they had pointed back at me when they noticed me.
Well, the dwarves buried here are... There is a strength in their undeath that is beyond what I would expect. I've visited before, and Adabra assured me she had things well under control here, but with her passing, I fear it is no longer safe on this hill. We should not stay another night. I fear something far worse than these will make itself present.
The whole time that we've been here, all this morning, Lunalia has been wandering around Adabra's place, touching anything that's wooden, and not really doing anything other than just sort of closing her eyes and whispering.
Okay.
It'll become more apparent when we leave.
All right. Well, shall we finish breakfast?
Yes, and then I think a conversation with Lenine is in order. At the very least, some shopping.
This place is very haunted. Should we maybe do something about this instead of just leaving it here for somebody else to stumble across?
Sure, we can let Deebs know or Gariel know. Maybe they'll be able to do something.
He kind of looks around the five of you. Yes, I believe we might be a cleric or two short for that task.
Well, perhaps we could get your friend, what the hell is his name? The centaur dude.
Xanthras.
Xanthras.
Ah, the dead guy we left in the woods.
He's not dead.
Oh my.
Well, he wouldn't take no for an answer, and I know druids can be very stubborn.
Xanthras is, he did his best. He is, under her charm. But he was always kind to me and looked after me. I know it was his duty to protect me and bring me back each day, but there was a genuine concern. He has my respect. If there is a way we could free him from her sway, I would wish it, although I am not in a place to ask for such things.
Why
Well,
not?
I'm in your debt, not the other way around.
I'm sure we'll have to confront her at some point. I'm sure if we do, he'll be there.
Yes, well, nothing would make me happier than to see her sent back to the Feywild and sealed there, but Alas, that is perhaps beyond me at this point. Louis, yes? Would it be asking too much to, to study with you for a bit? Have you show me some things? Perhaps I could, maybe when we reach town. I have no inks or parchment. I should speak with Lenine. Perhaps she will, she would be kind enough to, lend me a few things. Hopefully can begin, reassembling a spellbook of some sort. And become self-sufficient once again.
And, Louis, please feel free to share any insights you've gleaned from my father's journal. Paramon, of course, is free to read it.
His bushy eyebrows sort of pop up at that. Oh, are you certain?
Well, considering I can't make heads or tails of 80% of it, Louis has been looking into it for me.
Remind me, did you, when you spoke to him as a mouse, tell him what happened to Albric?
Ooh,
Yeah, I don't remember. I think I'm going to pretend that he doesn't remember.
I
even
don't
if you
think
told
so.
him. I don't think so.
Well, what happened to his rat? Didn't you give him to someone?
Yeah, so you gave Albric's rat to Paramon.
Yeah.
And he said it was still, the next time you checked in with him, he said it was still around. But it's hard to say what happened to it. That was a familiar and a fey creature, and if Nalcendris is some sort of powerful fey being, perhaps she took it from him, or sent it back, or who knows. Or it's just chilling out in the woods out there, in the fey woods. Well, I must admit, I do look forward to getting back to Phandalin. I haven't seen my friend Albric in some time, and I'm curious to see how far he got.
He didn't get far, my friend.
Just a cautious look over to Noro.
Oh? Have you...
Yes. It is an unfortunate event that happened. We can explain much better once we are in town.
Would he recognize his staff?
Oh, yeah, I forgot you had that.
Yeah. I don't know where you keep that staff when you're not actively wielding it. Is it, strapped to your back? Do you just, set it against the wall when you come into the house?
No, it would just be, strapped to my back. Or, from my side, however, it fits.
Well, the dice roll says he was somewhat oblivious to it, sort of being caught up in the moment of all of this. He kind of looks around, and then he sees it. Oh. Well, perhaps we should speak about it now.
Well, yes, unfortunately he died, and we are in the process of trying to figure out exactly what he was up to.
Oh. I can...
It is a little more complicated than that, but...
Yes.
I'll throw up the illusion of, his face and, his maddened face whenever he was throwing the fireball at us.
Is that creature still there?
Which one?
The one in the cave.
The buggy-eyed one?
Yes.
That we killed it.
Well, I don't know about we.
Tell me, is there anything you didn't kill?
Madrick is still around.
He kind of can't die.
Although we did kill him too, at least once.
He turns around and just kind of walks away for a second, walks around, the paces around the room slowly.
And
I'm
by
afraid you are
happenstance.
lucky we did not kill you as well. See, there's one thing we did right.
I mean, me and Louie weren't part of that whole let's kill everything.
Yeah, that's true. You're like,
So-
what do you mean, you guys? I was over here. I was cooking. Does Lenine know?
Yes, she does. And I'm a little worried that what afflicted him is potentially happening to her. Therefore, the need for urgency in finding you and restoring you to help us figure out what's going on.
Hubris. The wizard's curse. And he looks at Louis. Then just nods slowly. Hubris is what led us to believe we could venture into that crypt and stand against whatever was in it. Hubris led us to think we could live there day and night and ignore it prying into the corners of our minds. It is my fault. All of this. Leaving, thinking Albrecht would be fine on his own. If I had not left, things would have been different. But I did not expect to be gone for so long. Oh, Albrecht. Well,
I do not know what you mean with the wizard's curse. I have never been guilty of hubris myself, but I could see very easily it affecting you, of course.
you know, you remind me of a fellow that Albrecht spoke of fondly. Short fellow from Flane. Had a great amount of potential in such a small form, but never made anything of it. I don't suppose you knew Albrecht Volker.
But of course, he was a mentor to me. I knew him very well, and I came all this way to try to find him. But these lovely people here have, as you have discovered, killed him. So naturally, I joined forces with them to save you.
Although he did try to kill us and exact what he called vengeance upon us at our first meeting.
Oh, I see. Well, seems to have worked out well.
Yes.
It is all going according to my plan, apparently. So,
I see. Well,
but I think it's possible that you might help us get to the bottom of what exactly happened to Monsieur Volker. Some things that I would like to know and figure out what exactly has happened. What is going on with Lenin now as well, peut-être?
yes, I would like to know as well. I think first order of business is for myself to have a chat with her. And between her spellbook and yours, perhaps build something beyond, the simple cantrips and tricks I've learned over the years that I managed to retain. I would very much like to know where my old friend Master Aloro has gone, but perhaps I will pursue that on my own time. You say what is beneath the crypt you think is a threat? You think is a danger?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I suppose I should have a look and see what Albrecht found in the time I was gone. I must imagine he discovered something beyond what we knew. When we
Well,
parted
Lenin
ways.
does have his research.
She has a copy.
Oh, right.
Louis there has the original.
Oh,
Actually, I believe Pierre has it.
Yes, of course. Please forgive my rudeness. Meet Pierre. This is my spell book. I'm sure you two will become good friends. But he's very helpful research assistant and has helped me go through some of these notes and some of as well as his journal.
he just kind of looks at the book. I'm sorry. Were you attempting to introduce me to a construct?
That's rude.
Mon Dieu. Sir, this is Pierre. I said I would ask that you be polite. Please. We just saved your fucking life.
He turns to Linelia and just kind of looks at you with this look like I don't even know what to do with this.
Pierre is one of the group.
He just kind of shakes his head. I apologize. I've been through a lot. I owe you everything. I must remember my manners. He just kind of he glances at the book with a look of hate. And then,
Oh no.
And then looks back at as he looks back at Louis, his face totally changes, and that Gandalf smile, even though I know the world is falling apart, I'm going to smile at my friends to let them know things are all right. He looks at Louis, and that smile kind of spreads, that fake smile spreads across his face.
Yes,
well,
Louis does not.
Do tell your
That
friend
does not register with him at all.
Do tell your friend I am honored to be in his presence.
He has ears. You can tell him yourself.
Actuellement, he does not have ears, nor does he have feelings, nor is he capable of speaking at all. So, no worries. You cannot offend him.
That is not true.
Just me. No, you can very clearly see here he has eyes and eyebrows and some little feet and also his hands, but no, there is no ears.
Well, he very clearly hears me when I speak to him.
D'accord. Okay. Yeah, oui. Most definitely he does. Absolument.
Paramon just turns to Noro and... So, my Goliath friend, how is Dirt these days? Has anything changed since I've left?
Did he say Dirt?
Yep.
Yes, Dirt.
You were covered in it before you came back.
That's very good.
No
Very
kind
good.
of are.
You're still covered in it.
Well,
I'm just like puzzled. I'm looking at him like sideways. You're like, what?
he got weirded out by this whole talk to my spellbook thing, and is looking for dumber conversation that's a little simpler to stomach. Well, perhaps we should finish our breakfast and make way for town.
Yeah, Lunelia's going to start tidying up the place, putting it back the way it was when we arrived last night. You know, putting the blankets away, just putting everything back in order.
With no hint of malice, just with casual observation, Louis says, "I see how it is very possible that it was an act of hubris that brought you down, sir." And I start collecting putting stuff into the wagon and preparing stuff.
Oof.
He kind of watches Louis like he doesn't really entirely know what to make of him.
Like, who the fuck is this
yeah,
guy?
Like now that he's kind of put two and two together, and he knows this guy is the friend of his friend, that he's heard a bunch about, you know. But you're not like a normal wizard, dude. He expected something.
Well,
little
again,
bit different.
there's no malice in.
No, I
any
know
of
that's
that.
the
It's
the
all,
most puzzling
you know,
thing about it is he's just Louis just kind of
likely
doing his
spectrum,
thing.
Observational. Yeah.
Mhm. So as you gather your things, finishing breakfast, tidying up, Rogar, if you're going to leave this place, I imagine you might grab some foodstuffs.
Mm-hmm.
You could grab 2 provision points worth of stuff.
Nice. I will do that.
And I'll just bump that up to 10 on the main map.
The spices that you use in breakfast, beautiful. Make sure that we grab some of those. If you'd like, you can put them in my wagon.
Yeah,
Rogar's just gonna pat his spice pouch.
oh yeah, you've got the Hewards going on.
Lunelia's going to take one of the very obviously handcrafted crocheted Afghans from the pile and add it to her pack.
Okay.
Well, shall we be on our way?
What do we do with these bodies?
Those can't stay here.
Can or can't?
Cannot.
Yeah. Do we just bring him to the graveyard and leave him there?
There are enough.
I think we could do that.
There are enough dead upon this hill. If I may offer an opinion, let us take them to the woods and dump them there for the animals to eat.
That works.
Yeah, okay.
That way, if any of the friends come looking, they won't find sign that they fell here. There is not
Well,
much.
except for that very obvious shape of one of them that is imprinted into the ground from when he was yeeted off of the roof.
I think the other indent of me landing on him is
I
probably
think the
more of
Dragonborn impact makes a bit of a mark, yes. But yes, the edge of the woods would be fine.
Yeah, Rogar will take a body and can start heading that way.
The old man
Yeah, so
stops as you all gather up your things and leave. He stops at the doorway and places his hand on the door frame and just utters a quiet, soft, quiet prayer. Lunalia, with your passive perception, you just barely hear the whispers, and it is an old blessing of Shantea that passes his lips. And he nods, and he kisses his fingertips and places them against the door jamb. Let us go.
Yeah, so she'll come up behind him and close the door and bar it. And she'll just close her eyes as she puts her hands on either side of the door frame. And she's just going to use the last bit of druidcraft for the day to just set wilderness going on the place. She did it outside already, so you might see some new sprouts starting outside where the new growth that Adabra had started. But now it will happen on the inside as well.
That's cool. I look forward to the next time you guys come here to fight dead things. Maybe.
That's where we grind experience from now on.
Well, yeah, it's
Yeah.
her way of sort of preserving.
Mm-hmm.
There's no magic in the druidcraft. It's not it's not protecting the place, but in her way, it kind of is.
It's pretty.
Well, you head out and back towards Phandalin. Scribble, something pulls at you as you leave this place. Something draws you back towards the gravesite. You manage to fight against it and leave of your own will, but there is a strong magnetism, a strong affinity that you have for this place. And you can't shake the feeling that sooner or later you'll have to come back.
Would Linalia have noticed that? Could she make an insight check?
You can make an insight check, like especially, you've been maybe watching Scribble, since the events of last night and him leaving and coming back. Let's say you'd be keen enough to try to notice.
Well, she's a little bit worried too.
And then I'll leave it up to Scribble to say, if there's any sort of outward signs of any of this pull, this feeling, like, would his steps have faltered and he'd stare back at the hill, upon leaving, or does he try really hard to just drive it from his mind and put one foot in front of the other, keep going?
Yeah, like, is he very obviously not looking in that direction?
Yeah, I would be trying to avoid after the wraith came and demanded that I, do the vengeance that Deeb had promised.
Okay, so you're staying back turned, walking away from it, stoic
Yeah,
face.
I know the wraith's there, and I don't really want to deal with that wraith.
Yeah. Okay. So then, Linalia, I guess as far as you can tell, he's putting this place behind him.
Yeah, he's affected by this place.
Or if he's affected by it, he's not letting it show.
Right.
Yeah. An hour later, late morning, you find your way back to Phandalin. I'm not going to RP it because I don't really have a lot of fun talking to myself, but you at some point during the day would find your way to Lenine's shop, and there would be a somewhat tearful reunion of the two. And one or the both of them would ask you to leave them some privacy to discuss their fallen friend. Is there anything else you'd want to do while you're back in town?
Lunali wants to catch Scribble alone, and she's just going to hand him. I found this at back at the windmill, and I know Adabra has no use of anything in the material world anymore. It's just a little stone rabbit that's been carved out of some sort of dark stone. You could add this to your collection. I think it'll go with the frog.
Thank you. I'll pull out the frog, and then they can be friends. Do that the whole thing you did with your toys, where they bonk back and forth. So, is it obvious that she made it?
It does look hand carved, but I don't know that Adabra made it.
I don't remember where you got it from.
I took it from Adabra's place.
Oh.
It's an insignificant piece of, bric-a-brac that she found there.
Yeah, old lady knick-knack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something from the old bag.
The old loot bag.
Well, I mean, the way Lunalia sees it, she was nothing but good, and maybe Scribble needs something a little good with him. Just in case.
Yeah, that pendant of the Elder Sign that she had, that might have come in handy for Scribble here, but only got one of those to give out, and that went to somebody else. So no moss.
Doesn't Somalia? Doesn't
Wow.
Somalia have it?
Wow.
Fucking pirates.
Yes, but she's the captain now.
Yep.
Well, I don't have a cliffhanger or anything, any good hook for next week, but as we sort of wind our way towards the end of the session, is there anything you guys want to talk about or do, or would you prefer to give Paramount a little bit of time to get his bearings and then maybe let him suggest what happens next?
I mean, Lunalia's not in any rush. I mean, the rush part is kind of over now. We have him, we freed him. Now we can start working on the crypt stuff when he's ready and sort of, caught back up to reality.
Scribble would be looking around to see if Madrick had showed back up in town.
Ah, okay. No dice rolls needed. You spend a little time looking, listening, watching, wandering around. No sign of him. As far as you can tell, he is alive somewhere else.
And it's only been one day, right?
Yeah.
Since we left the castle.
It's been a day, yeah.
So it wouldn't have been enough time for him to know or really have any inkling if he had succeeded in killing Ham and Sandwich.
Ham and Sandwich.
Correct. With a little bit of downtime, you guys do have a unfinished magically enchanted breastplate that now that you're in town and have a little bit of time, you could finish if you wanted to.
Chink, 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 chink. Back to work.
Racist.
Exactly.
So Noro, we can. If it's easy enough for us to say, we could take a little bit of downtime, and Noro could find his way back to the smithy. This is where it's probably handy if I have my list of character names, because Dahlgren. Oh boy.
I thought he was a deep delver.
Dahlgren Steelfold?
Mm-hmm.
Steelfold.
Yeah. Because I think we talked about Dahlgren being the one to help. Noro came up across some bad dice rolls, and it kind of became apparent that I like the idea that when you try something, you can't just try again without change. So,
I think it was like the adhesive wasn't working.
Yeah, I'm going to make an investigation check. Okay, well, you failed it. Well, I'm going to do it again. Well, you can't just do it again without doing something else or getting somebody else to help you or having somebody else do it, to represent some significant change to the status quo, to give you an opportunity to re-roll. And so in the same light, with a failed smithing check, it would require maybe somebody else to help. And so I think we had we left off with one more DC 16 Dex plus proficiency check from a smith to complete the Platinum Dragon inlay on the Darkened Steel breastplate. So Noro, if you find your way to Dahlgren's shop and ask him for some help, you could make a Dex plus proficiency check with advantage this time, as you take another run at finishing the Platinum inlay.
Yay, okay. You said Dex save?
Dex
No.
plus proficiency check. You could. I don't know
Guess
if
roll
we,
with.
I'm not sure if you
Or
added.
you-
You could just roll your dex, and we could add +3 for your proficiency to it.
Or you probably
Okay.
just roll dex save. That's just your proficiency, probably too, right?
Yeah, and actually, you know what? You could. I think so. I think that's
Did
a
you
good
see
point.
that you can roll toolkits now?
Oh, that's right. They added that, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's easy enough. So the one thing I do a little bit differently with blacksmithing, because there's not a lot of rules for it, is I like to use, like 3 different skill checks when crafting something. So maybe dexterity for doing fine inlay, and constitution plus proficiency for doing for actually forging the metal, and maybe like a strength plus proficiency for for the rest of the work. But yeah, in this
Yeah,
case,
if you click on the tool, you actually choose what ability to roll.
oh, that's awesome! Look at that.
Yeah, I just did it. What? That doesn't make sense. I rolled a 20. Wait,
No, you rolled a 1, bud.
no way. It's
Yeah, you rolled 1d20, but you had a +2 and a +3 modifier.
+2 for dex and +3 for so that actually that worked. That's
but my screen showed me the
Well,
B.
it didn't work.
It showed me
It
a B.
lied to you.
The game log says that you rolled a 1.
Yep.
And you have advantage, so you could roll again.
yeah. Roll again. I'm Lucid. I'm having trouble figuring out how the hell to roll this though.
So click on the kit.
Yep.
And then
Oh, on the
And
on
then
the
click on
actual
Use Tool.
equipment. On the equipment.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Not under your proficiencies. You actually have to go to the kit.
right, and then you get the select ability, so which one? And then proficiency.
Use tool. Yeah. Okay. Neat.
Oh, I don't have one for cook's utensils.
Cool. And the advantage button works as well, or disadvantage works as well.
Yeah. Half proficiency, proficiency, expertise. That's cool. Or you can just input the roll formula. Is that a Beyond 20 thing? It looks like a Beyond 20 UI that pops up.
Yeah, it was the new
Yes.
Beyond 20. The new update.
Yeah, that's cool. So that's not a D&D Beyond feature. That's a Beyond 20 feature. That's slick. And a 17 will do it. Nora, you finish the inlay, effectively physically finishing the breastplate. However, Louis' assessment of it from a few sessions ago revealed that it is still a bit short of magical enchantment to finish it off. I think I had it down as 1 remaining casting of an abjuration spell at a 3rd level to complete the enchantment.
I can get with Noro and spend some time with it.
Yeah, and in the absence of any known abjuration spells, you could just use a 3rd level spell slot. It is and I'm just gonna bring up the website so that I don't wing this. House rules, enchanting.
Yeah, I have a couple of both counterspell and dispel magic are 3rd level abjuration spells.
All right. It is a 3rd level abjuration spell. Material cost is 300 gold pieces in spell components that I won't be specific, but you could purchase them from Lenine. And it is a DC 14. You basically make a spell attack against a DC of 14. And the 300 gold, I don't really care where it comes from. It could be from any of you all, the person who might wear the armor, all of you chipping in, and a 22 is more than enough.
You fucked it up. Good job.
So I'll let you guys decide how you want to spend on it, but you have successfully completed the creation of Dragon's Guard, a +1 breastplate that provides the wearer advantage on saves against breath weapon from dragons. This item does not require attunement.
Super cool. Who wants it?
I took the money. I paid for it. It's a steel breastplate, not me.
Sounds like a scribble item.
Totally.
Put some fucking wheels on it, drive it around like a tank.
Like a wagon.
Have Nora drag you around on a rope.
I turned from a bird to a turtle because I can't even stand up with the shit on.
Perhaps Pierre could make use of it.
I do not believe it is possible. Sorry.
Lunalia's convinced that Pierre is a living, breathing. She knows that he's not, but he is at the same time.
She also thinks one of those goddamn eggs is going to hatch at some point, and that's just not how...
Yep.
That's not going to... Nope.
That's why she keeps them with her, and she sleeps with them at night to keep them warm. She knows.
Well, I mean, without being around the bush anymore, I'm pretty sure this is something that Rogar could use. So, Rogar, if you wanted to give yourself the homebrew item Dragon's Guard, if you just search for it, there it should come up. And just keep an eye when you equip it. Just make sure you see your AC go up by the appropriate amount.
Congrats.
Yeah, gratitude. And then Louis, if we have other downtime in town, would go probably set up a chalet over in that little area where by the pond that Lunalia liked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a fair amount of space back there.
Yeah, it's like a bright purple cabin, so he wants it to be a little bit out of the way. But and then continue researching through the journal of Lunalia's father, as well as the notes that he has from Albric.
All right. I promised you some spells, and I will get some to you hopefully tomorrow. That you could pick and choose from. Like it'll be a list, and if you want to come back to it later and try and learn something, there will be a couple of things on there that are either unfinished or of a level that you can't learn yet. But yeah, there's some spells in there. It is a journal, but there are it's a partial spell book as well, in that there is tinkerings with some elemental and planar magic within it. Also, I had a whole little side trip planned for curious Mr. Wizard getting a sneak peek at that book, but since Lunalia is like, oh yeah, and he can look at it too, that's going to fast track an interesting storyline. So,
well, if he hadn't mentioned Keldra Maloro,
mm-hmm.
She might not have, but seeing as how he has mentioned one of the names in the book, any help or insight or information that she can get from him is only going to be beneficial to her, so yeah.
Well, my plan, since I created this character for you guys to rescue, and that's been a very long time ago, is that he is a... The whole point of him existing is to sort of be a patron to you guys once he gets on his feet, and it's going to be interesting to figure out how a wizard without a spell book puts his life back together and makes himself useful. But he's got some tricks and maybe some stuff stashed, and he's there to help forward some storylines too. Like he knows Kelter Maloro. He might know Nostric Galir. He met Linalia's dad. He is a little out of the loop on the crypt, but he's got some knowledge about it. Maybe some historical knowledge that you guys might be missing, as well as some first-hand experience. He certainly knows a little something more than you know about Nelsendris. With her.
Didn't he mention knowing something about the dwarves that are buried on the hill outside the windmill as well?
A little something, yeah. He might have done some research on it.
He's an all-round old knowledgeable dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, from a video game RPG perspective, you've unlocked a new sort of quest giver / set of books to read. So you get some lore dump, and you get some new opportunities, as well as some opportunities to tie up some older stuff.
Now, if only we could get Deebs to come back. Deebs, are you watching? You should be.
I'm gonna check his breath for alcohol.
I'd say Rogar would go to Gariel and let her know that what's her name on the hill is dead, or is no longer there.
Okay.
And that the graveyard seems to stir.
You head up to the top of the hill. Deebs is nowhere in sight. And you find her underneath a tree, just staring off into the distance. She turns well before she should hear you approach, and smiles. And before you even get a chance to say anything, she holds up a hand and sort of bows her head and says, I know what you're about to say. Don't. And you can see there's a look of deep sadness in her eyes. I sent you there knowing what the cost would be. That's for me to bear, not for you. Just make sure that her sacrifice was worth it.
How does the church look? Or the bricklaying, I guess?
I guess you hadn't come up here. It was Scribble that came up here last. There is a stone foundation and a wall that in one spot is actually about 4 feet high. The building is... You can see that as they're building the temple, they are tearing down the old building that sort of sat half ruined. And it's kind of hard to tell where the temple starts and the old building stops. So you can't really get a proper feel for the size of it. It's not going to be large, but it'll be visible from the town. Whereas the manor house sat a little bit further back. Let me just check the map to make sure I'm not talking out my ear. And I guess I could probably move you all to the map, and on the region map, move your marker to Phandalin. Yeah, so on the map there, I mean, you can see what the manor house looked like. It's sort of wrecked through the middle, and the front of the house still stands. The back of the house is partially there. They've torn down the entire front of the house and taken down the tree sort of in the front yard that's grown up, and are building sort of right there on the edge of the hill, so the path leads right up to the entrance. It's further along than you thought it would be. And as she sees you surveying what they've done so far, you feel a hand on your shoulder, and you turn, and she's pointing off across the fields to the north. And you follow her point, her outstretched arm, and you look, and off in the distance you squint, and you can see a small dwarven figure, its feet up, leaned against a tree, snoring.
Ah.
He walked in moonlit paths last night, seeking guidance. I think he needs a rest. I'm gonna let him sleep.
Sounds like a good idea. Has he had any other visions since working on this, or?
No, I think that's what troubles him. He had the one, and he confessed it to me. But I know he seeks guidance on what to do next, or at least where to send his friends. Don't worry. If she has answers for him, they'll reach him in due time. All I can do is wait and watch. But the rest of you have done more. I'm proud of you all. Doing the things that I'm not allowed. You're making a difference in this world, and that means something to me.
I'll let the other just know that you are proud of us, I guess.
She just smiles and nods. Don't worry about your friend. I continue to watch over him. He's doing a good thing here, and I think it's good for him. She just goes back to staring off into the distance, and you realize she's kind of been watching him this whole time. Creepy.
What a creeper.
Creeper. And unless anybody has anything else they want to do, we could call it a night there.
Sounds good.
So for the downtime, it's just like the one day.
You guys could take a few days, and if there's something you wanted to do in those few days, you could come up with a list. Some people you want to talk to. We could RP it in the next session. We could just summarize it. Whatever you want to do. You certainly would have an opportunity to take a handful of days for yourselves to rest, relax, craft some stuff, research some things, ask around. Xanathor's Guide has a bunch of suggestions on what you can do with downtime. You can search D&D Beyond just for the word downtime, and it should take you to that section. Carousing, gambling, spreading rumors, that sort of thing. There's actually a couple of sections. I think there's one in the Player's Handbook. There's one in Xanathor's Guide. There's a section in the Dungeon Master's Guide as well that are good. If you prefer just direct links to those, I can throw them in the chat here. If you're looking for, something to give you some ideas, as well as maybe fit some dice rolls to what you're looking to do.
Kind of what I was wondering was like, if it was a couple days, like Scribble's still, running around looking for, or not running around, but like keeping an eye out for magic, and then also keeping an eye out to see if the Tally something or other is around, like watching him, or would appear to him after being attacked by the...
Well, I will tell you that you're not going to get anything out of me this session, but very definitely next session.
Okay.
Yeah. Talisa.
For some reason, like, I forget the name, and then Tallywhacker gets in my mind. I know that's not it. But I can't get Tallywhacker out of my mind.
In the few days of downtime that we have, Lunalia is going to try to convince Noro to spend an hour or so with her each evening, doing some cognitive behavioral therapy.
Oh dear.
It's like part meditation, part adjusting how you think about things, or the triggers for why you think that way.
He complies. He needs help.
She just doesn't like the thought of him running away in the middle of battle into something potentially worse.
It's a good point.
But she wants to help him, with a coping mechanism or, a strategy or breathing techniques to help reorder the way he thinks about certain things.
I pictured running out the building through a forest of zombies.
Exactly.
Make
You
it-
were inside a nice safe building and now you're outside in the middle of a field of undead. It went from just fine to horrible. It'll be an ongoing project.
I'd say Rogar's probably working at the Stonehill Inn during the downtime. And if possible, either training with the militia or if Deebs is busy helping Danica with training.
Cool,
Mm.
cool.
Lunali will also be seeking out Darren's help for lyre practice. One day she'll be half decent. But not today.
Do you have proficiency in performance?
Nope.
Okay. I don't remember. Is there rules on spending an amount of time or an amount of money to? Okay.
It's actually in one of those downtime links. I think it's in the one in the DM's guide. Learning a skill.
Mm-hmm. The
Downtime
downside is that
activities.
performance is a charisma-based skill, and that her charisma is in the toilet.
Can you turn a proficient skill into an expertise skill via the same method, or no?
I think there is a feat that lends you expertise in a skill of your choice. I think it gives you like 2 skills plus. Yeah, give me a sec here. There's a feat for that. Yeah,
It's
expertise-
Skill expert. It's what I have.
what's that?
Skill expert.
Yeah, that's the one. Oh, I think there's one other one too. Yeah, that gives you an ability score, a proficiency, and an expertise. That's probably better than the other one. I forget what the other one is, but there is in the standard stack of feats in the player's handbook, there is one that gives you, I think, 2 skills and an expertise. And it is called, I was looking at it today for when I put Paramon's character sheet together.
Skilled? You gain proficiency in any combination of 3 skills or tools of your choice.
Yeah, maybe. I feel like there was another one I was looking at that was... Maybe not. Oh, yeah, you know what? It might have been skill expert because the feats list I was looking at was just in character creation, right? So it wouldn't have been a filtered list from any one source. Yeah, that might have been it. That was probably it.
Like it shows insight, perception, and charisma score just because those are the 3 I selected.
Yeah, I ended up not taking any feats for him and just going for ASIs, and then he's an NPC. I don't need to make him complicated. I just needed to create the character in case there was combat, because at his level he has more than cantrip. Like, you know, the dilemma is I have a powerful wizard with no spell book. What spells does he have at his disposal in case there's combat, now that his mind is restored to his body? And it comes down to cantrips plus 1 first and 1 second level spell that he can cast as cantrips, plus I think 2 third level spells that he can cast once a day. and always has prepared.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Would we want to bring Paramon to Aloro's retreat
Mm.
in the downtime?
I don't know if he'd want to go right away, but he would
just
be open to
becomes
that.
downtime, right?
That's what? Sorry?
At that point, that's uptime. That's
Yeah.
not like downtime, I'd say, right?
Yeah,
Well,
that's how I would see it.
Unless,
My-
like, if you want to say we're gonna do this and you do it, and you just want to know what the results are, and you guys want to, if everybody's all in on skipping the role play of it, we can talk about doing that.
I was just thinking, like, if we've got a couple of days of downtime, we could potentially charge the gem in those couple of days if we're not leaving town, which
Yeah,
might
fully
be a
charge
good
it.
idea.
Yeah.
We could just bamf there, have him look for the book if it's anywhere. If it's not, we could just bamf back, and then that's the end of it.
Yeah, but but at the same time, we could encounter something there. It could, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think that's downtime.
Okay.
I think that's a short, one session or even half a session, something.
But I
Depending
do
on the
still think
role.
that we.
Yeah,
Huh?
exactly. If it's a
Like,
shit
we could
roll,
end up
10
somewhere
minutes.
like where you don't want to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah,
that's
remember
true.
what happened last time?
Yeah.
We should still probably put points or put health points into that gem though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for sure. I
If
think
we've got
Yeah,
that.
within downtime, I would definitely be interested in doing that.
Yeah, well, that's easy enough. So, you spend. I mean, we can just call it 3 days of downtime, and the gem's charged. That's a done deal.
Yeah.
It would have taken a couple of days to finish and enchant the breastplate anyway, so that's not a problem. I feel like giving you guys 3 charges of teleport at this level is a little crazy, but at the same time, I'm
only 2.
Was it 2? Oh, is it 2? Oh, good.
It's 2.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's
a
right.
there and back. That's
That's right. It's there and back again. That's right.
Potentially there, potentially back.
I think the original Helm of Teleportation that I based it off of has 3 charges and regains 1d3. But yeah, I like the 2, and I felt like it went pretty, like, it felt fairly balanced given the amount of health you guys had to dump into it and the position it put you in after doing that.
Yeah, it about
Yes.
killed me.
Yeah. And it's also not a guarantee. Like, we
Mhm.
could wind up way off the mark. We could be heading to someplace, a specific snowy destination, and wind up at the South Pole.
Yeah,
Because it's a snowy destination that's very similar.
well, as long yeah, exactly. As long as you've got an item from that location, it's pretty much a guarantee. I think
Unless you're trying to go to a random location. I want to go somewhere cold.
hey, spellbook, let's go on an adventure.
So speaking of spellbooks, one thing I want to do on that first day when we go, where Paramount got to Liliana's shop. At some point, I want to visit the two of them, and in the shop, and pull out a slightly smaller, because Pierre is big. He's a good size for a book. Pull out a slightly smaller, like exact replica of him, and give it to Paramon. I noticed you need some milk to start, and since you admired Pierre here so much, please here, take this as a token from me to you, a new spellbook for you.
Is
Is
there
it like a blank spellbook?
Yeah, so a completely just blank, but like, a nicely bound book with like quality paper pages, and stuff like that. So
Filigree, etc., etc.
yeah.
cool?
Can you
cool.
put giant googly eyes on it and like felt arms and legs?
Oh my
He
god.
does think that
Like
when
cleaner
he
arms
first
and legs.
receives
Yeah.
it and like it opens, that he sees a little pair of eyes pop up and wink at him. But
I mean,
he's not sure it would have just been.
Fireball might be one of those 3rd level spells that he always has prepared and can cast without a spellbook, but No, he appreciates it very much, and in fact, you see his demeanor to you change a little bit when you give him that gift. Perhaps it you think he's maybe thinking that perhaps he judged you too harshly, this comical figure, a little too harshly, and it goes a little ways to improving your standing in his eyes.
I would be around for a few days if you ever want to have a discussion or compare notes.
I would like that. I apologize. I'm perhaps judged you too quickly. You are an astute and well-prepared wizard. Yes, I'd like that. Perhaps we could...
no apology necessary.
Perhaps we could speak with Lenine and, compare what spells we know. I might have something I could teach you.
And vice versa. Who knows?
Yeah, so he's gonna talk to Lenine and figure out if he can bum some coin, some parchment and rare inks, and some materials, some reagents, because he's got a lot of spells to copy and nothing but time.
Ice, the book that I got you, the leather-bound book, does yours have a gem in the front? I can't remember.
Yes.
We talking a real book or a in-game book?
Yeah, the real
No,
one.
real book.
Oh. I can probably stop the stream. I think we're done, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Bye,
How
everybody.
is your health right?